मंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ भी मंच पर मौजूद है और साथ ही जेपी नड्डा भी तस्वीरों में आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री।
All right, viewers, those visuals coming in as preparations are underway. Top leaders have arrived for the swearing-in ceremony of Mohan Yadav. Prime Minister Modi has arrived as well, and those visuals coming in. Take a very short break. Anytime now, we will see that Mohan Yadav will be sworn in as the Chief Minister. And the Prime Minister has arrived, so is Amit Shah, Yogi Adityanath, Chief Ministers of Union States, all present on the stage. Taking a short break, much more coming up.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back, we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms.
मोहन यादव अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। महोदय, महोदय, कृपया अब आप नियुक्त मुख्यमंत्री जी को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मध्य प्रदेश के राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या देश के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। बहुत धन्यवाद। उनसे मिलूँ आपसे प्रणाम करूँ। पीएम साहब को धन्यवाद दूँ तो किसको
महोदय, नियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री जगदीश देवड़ा अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। महोदय, कृपया अब आप नियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं जगदीश देवड़ा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूं, विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं जगदीश देवड़ा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
महोदय नियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री राजेंद्र शुक्ल अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। महोदय, कृपया अब आप नियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं राजेंद्र शुक्ला ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्य पूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं राजेंद्र शुक्ला ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, आज की कार्रवाई समाप्त घोषित करने के लिए क्या आपकी अनुमति है? महोदय, आज का कार्यक्रम समाप्त हुआ।
आप सभी लोग राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं और अब पुलिस बैंड द्वारा राष्ट्रगान। धन्यवाद महोदय।
And as the swearing-in ceremony has just concluded, Mohan Yadav, who has officially become the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, along with Mohan Yadav, Deputy Chief Minister Rajendra Shukla and Jagdish Devra, who have also taken their oath. Details of the cabinet that will also be put out, but there on the dais, Prime Minister Narendra Modi extending his blessings to the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Mohan Yadav, who came in as a surprise as he was chosen by the top leadership. BJP's resounding victory in the state of Madhya Pradesh, where they claimed 163 seats out of the total 230-member assembly. And with that very win, as BJP
now continues in this term in the state of Madhya Pradesh, where Mohan Yadav has become the chief minister, has officially become the chief minister of Madhya Pradesh. He's just taken oath along with his two deputies, Rajendra Shukla and Jagdish Devra. Remember, Prime Minister Modi is also to be a part of the swearing-in ceremony for Chhattisgarh as well, which was previously slated to happen at 2 p.m. and has now been delayed to 4 p.m. But the top leadership of BJP right there in Bhopal, as they are here for the oath-taking ceremony in Madhya Pradesh. Prime Minister Modi, BJP National President JP Nadda, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who have all attended the swearing-in ceremony. Mohan Yadav, who has just taken oath at the BJP office in Bhopal, along with his two deputies, and of course details of the cabinet that will also be put out at a later point. And a quick check of other news in brief. Mohan Yadav has taken oath as Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister. Prime Minister Modi attended the swearing-in ceremony. In a major breakthrough, Mumbai Crime Branch has arrested the most wanted interstate drug kingpin, Lakshmikant Pradhan, and his associate Vidhadhar Pradhan from Odisha. The arrests are linked to an 1820 kgs ganja case that is worth 3.85 crore rupees. Yavatmal police filed an FIR against Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut for a contentious article in Samna against Prime Minister Modi invoking charges of sedition. The FIR includes sections 153A, 505B and 124A of the IPC. In a major development in the Mahadev betting app, Ravi Uppal, one of the two main owners of the Mahadev online betting app, has been detained in Dubai by the local police on the basis of a red notice that has been issued by the Interpol at the behest of the ED. In a significant development, NIA is currently conducting searches at over half a dozen locations in Bengaluru as part of an ongoing investigation into a terror conspiracy case. SI conducted raids in South Kashmir that continues in Anantnag and Kulgam with CRPF and local police assistance. As temperatures drop in the national capital, Delhi is blanketed in a shroud of fog, affecting visibility across several key areas. With that, we slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as Ravi Uppal, who is one of the two main owners of the Mahadev online betting app, has been detained in Dubai. That and much more on the other side. Do stay.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back, we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, in a decisive move, India at the UNGA has cast its vote in favor of a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Let's now delve into its various key aspects. As far as the significant diplomatic development is concerned, take a look at this report.
In a pivotal moment at the UN General Assembly, India cast its vote in favor of a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza.
India has voted in favor of the resolution just adopted by the General Assembly. The situation that this august body has been deliberating upon has many dimensions. There is the terrorist attack in Israel on 7 October and the concern for the hostages taken at that time. There is an enormous humanitarian crisis and the large-scale loss of civilian lives, especially of women and children. There is the issue of observing international humanitarian law in all circumstances. and there is the endeavor to find a peaceful and lasting two-state solution to the long-standing Palestine question. Our challenge in this extraordinarily difficult time is to strike the right balance. The gravity and complexity of what the international community faces is underlined by the Secretary General invoking Article 99 of the Charter of the United Nations. We therefore welcome the fact that the international community has been able to find a common ground to address the multiple challenges facing the region right now.
While 153 nations, including India, voted in favor of the resolution, 10, including US, Israel, Austria, voted against, and 23 countries, including Argentina, Ukraine, and Germany, abstained from voting. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky joined forces at the White House to push for more aid that is in serious risk of collapse. Getting you this detailed report.
US President Joe Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky joined forces at the White House to push for more aid that is in serious risk of collapse in Congress. The US has already provided Ukraine $111 billion since Russian President Vladimir Putin has launched his grinding invasion more than 21 months ago. But Republicans are insisting on linking any more money to strict US-Mexico border security changes that Democrats decry. Zelensky made his own case during his brief White House appearance with Biden and his private meeting with congressional leaders. That Ukrainian forces have fought fiercely to push back the Russian invasion with the help of American and other Western allies, and it's no time for Ukraine's friends to step back.
Today, President Biden and I discussed how to increase our strength for next year. First, air defense and destroying Russian logistics on Ukraine's land. Mr. President, thank you very much for your supporting us. And in these areas, like our victory in the Black Sea, we aim to win the air battle, crushing Russian air dominance. This will intensify our ground advantages in 2024 with our control of the skies. Who controls the skies controls the war's duration.
The White House is warning that if new money is not provided by year's end, it will have swift consequences for Ukraine's capacity to hold its territory, let alone take back land captured by Russia. Agency report, Republic TV.
Commercial break. On the other side, getting you details, Ravi Uppal, one of the two main owners of the Mahadev online betting app, has been detained in Dubai.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per 1,000 population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Mohan Yadav takes oath as Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister. Prime Minister Modi, BJP President JP Nadda all attend the event. Swearing in of the new government in Chhattisgarh lined up today. Chief Minister and 2 Deputy Chief Ministers to take oath. NIA conducts searches over half a dozen locations in Bengaluru in conversion racket. Ravi Uppal, one of the 2 main owners of the Mahadev online betting app, has been detained in Dubai. India remembers victims of the 2001 attack on the parliament. Top leaders pay tribute. Very good afternoon and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching Live and Breaking at 12. I'm Suesha Samant. We begin this edition with more news coming in on Mahua Moitra, who has received no relief from the top court. At present, the Supreme Court has not given any order on the demand for early hearing. Mahua Moitra, who had approached the Supreme Court after her expulsion from Lok Sabha for unethical conduct in the cash for queries scam, The development that came soon after the Ethics Committee report on the cash for query row was tabled before the Lok Sabha, where opposition members had questioned the procedure, but the decision of her expulsion that then led her to approach the Supreme Court. This has come in as a big setback to her, as the Supreme Court has rejected an urgent hearing in this case. Senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who appeared for Mahua Moitra, mentioned the plea against her expulsion from Lok Sabha before the Supreme Court for an urgent hearing. But it was rejected. Anuj is joining us live from the national capital to give us more details on the same. Anuj, if you can hear me, she is obviously trying everything possible to be able to make a comeback, but the top court was really the final door that she knocked, that too. An urgent hearing that has been rejected. Give us further details.
Well, that was Abhishek Manu Singhvi as the counsellor of Mahua Moitra, who was appearing there in Supreme Court. And the appeal was to the urgent hearing. But the urgent hearing is not given to Mahua Moitra, and this has been stated by Justice Kaul to Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is the counsellor of Mahua, that there can be no urgent hearing, and if you want to go for urgent hearing, then you should knock the door of CGI, that's Chief Justice of India. But as of now, there is no relief for Mahua to go for any urgent hearing. That's something what we are understanding. That's something what we are learning. Let me remind you that Mahua Moitra was expelled from the Lok Sabha after the Ethics Committee submitted the report, and there the procedure was taken place. And after that, the procedure has been followed. Finally, this is the TMC, formerly MP, who Supreme Court, and she was looking for the urgent hearing, but the relief has not been given. There is no relief for Mahua. She has been trying to be back at any cost.
At any cost. She has knocked the door of the apex court, but Justice Kaul there has stated it clearly that this cannot be entertained, and you should approach to CGI, that's Chief Justice of India, if you want an urgent hearing. But no relief for Mahua Moitra as of till now, as she has been already expelled from the Lok Sabha as a member of parliament from the Lok Sabha. We do remember how this started when Nishikant Dubey, the MP of Bharatiya Janata Party, has written a complaint, has given it to the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. Later, Ethics Committee has taken the matter. Mahua was summoned, the lawyer was summoned, Nishikant Dubey himself was summoned, and Ethics Committee and the member and the chairman has gone through the evidences that what has happened. This is about the national security. The ID and the password was shared. The Lok Sabha ID and the password, the ID password which has been given to the members was shared and was used at the different locations, which is illegal, which is unethical, and this is the matter and concern regarding the national security. Finally, what has happened, we have seen in the House. This was the procedure which has taken place in the House itself. Mahua Moitra was expelled as the member of Lok Sabha from the parliament, and later she approaches Supreme Court, and she was requesting for an urgent hearing. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is the counsellor of Mahua Moitra, the TMC leader, the former MP of TMC, but no relief as of now. Yes.
Anuj, it has clearly been one setback after the other for Mahua Moitra. First, her expulsion, which in a sense she was quite expecting, but she fought tooth and nail against it. Then she was asked to vacate her MP bungalow, and soon after she approached the Supreme Court for an urgent hearing, but that too has been rejected. What really are the plausible options for her now?
Well, this is the all procedure which is taking place. If we talk about the case of Mahua Moitra, as I was telling it and pointing it out earlier also, this has started when Nishikant Dubey, the former, I beg your pardon, the Bharatiya Janata Party MP, has written a complaint regarding the irregularities and use of the ID and password which has been used by others. If we talk about the ID and password which has been given to the MP, and cash for query is the allegation, and later we have seen how the Ethics Committee has gathered, and there were several meetings of Ethics Committee where finally it was taken in the house in the winter session itself, and Mahua Moitra found guilty and she was expelled from the house. As you pointed it out very rightly, the next procedure was to vacate her bungalow. The notice has been already given. The Lok Sabha Housing Committee has forwarded that same to the Urban Housing Ministry, and this process is also going to be followed, and she will have to vacate the bungalow within 30 days. She has approached Supreme Court, and this was for the urgent hearing in the matter, that what has happened. She want to come up with her points that what exactly has happened. But on the other hand, she was looking for urgent hearing. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, as we were pointing it out earlier, also is the counsel of Mahua Moitra. But their justice call on whose bench this particular matter was has categorically stated that this cannot be entertained. If you want to go for urgent hearing, then you should approach the CJI, the Chief Justice of India, whereas no relief. This is setback after setback for Mahua Moitra, what we are seeing, what we are learning at this point in time. Yes.
All right, Anuj, thank you for those details. We move on to more breaking news. And well, an encounter that has broken out between the Punjab police and a Khalistani terrorist. Rinda's close aide Karanjit Singh in Punjab's Zirkarpur. This is the latest that is just coming in of an encounter that is broken out between the Punjab police and a Khalistani terrorist yet again. The Punjab police that has been on the hunt to nab every key player who has been instigating another Khalistani terrorist who has now come face to face with the cops, as an encounter has broken out between the Punjab police and Khalistani terrorist Rinda's close aide Karanjit Singh. This is in Punjab's Zirkarpur. These are the initial details that are just coming in. Amandeep will join us shortly from Zirkarpur to take us through the progress of the operation and how exactly is the police now moving towards nabbing this Khalistani terrorist. Over to you, Amandeep. I believe he's already live with us. Amandeep, if you can hear me, take us through the details of the operation and the encounter between the Punjab police and this Khalistani terrorist.
Well, absolutely, Swesha. He was a close associate of Harvinder Singh Rinda, who is presently sitting in Pakistan, and now he has been arrested. And this is the encounter spot from where we are just showing you the visuals. You see, this is the hiding place where Karanjit Singh was hiding, and in fact, all of a sudden, when Punjab police, after chasing him, tracked his location, and in fact, he was hiding just inside this building, under construction building, and he opened the fire. See, one bullet is here with the mark, and from the police side, 3 bullets have been fired, and he sustained 2 bullet injuries in the lower body. He injured, and he has been taken into the custody, and in fact, immediately he shifted to the hospital. Karanjit Singh is accused of 6 murder cases. He was involved into the target killings. He was involved into the extortion cases just because he was a close associate of Harvinder Singh Rinda and working on his directions. Rinda directed him from the Pakistan to carry out the target killings and to threaten the several people. And in fact, this Karanjit Singh is following the line, and even all of a sudden when police was chasing him and he hid in this place, he reached in this place, he tried to take the shelter of this under construction building, and in fact from where he has been arrested and injured in an exchange of fire. First fire was opened from the side of the gangster, from the side of the terrorist, and in fact this is the place where he tried to hide the weapon as well. See, this place has also been marked by the Punjab police just because the team of Punjab police anti-gangster task force, they were chasing him. He was on the track, and in fact he has been arrested. This was the place where he was trying to hide this Chinese made pistol, which has been recovered by the Punjab police team as well. See the inside visual also. Still the police has taken over the entire scene of crime, and in fact still searching the area just because the apprehension is that this certain kind of evidences and weapons or any kind of recovery might be expected from this place, just because this is an isolated under construction building, and even the Karanjit Singh was hiding inside that building. And now I will request my camera person to kindly show you the outer side of the building, just because Swesha, this is a complete isolated place located in the outer area of Zirakpur, and in fact the road is connected to this building. See, this is the under construction building, and that turned out to be the encounter site. First fire was opened from the side of this gangster come terrorist, and even then, in exchange of fire, when police opened the fire for their own defense, two bullets hit Karanjit Singh on the lower body, and immediately he has been shifted to the hospital also. So this building has been completely cordoned from all the areas. So here is the place when Karanjit Singh, sustaining 2 bullet injuries, he was lying here. So this building has been completely cordoned from all the areas. See the visuals. I am showing you the encounter site, Swesha. Karanjit Singh having 6 cases against him. He was involved into the target killings. He was involved into the murder cases, extortion cases, and in fact he was working on the directions of Harvinder Singh Rinda, who is presently sitting in Pakistan and who was the mastermind of RPG attack on Punjab intelligence headquarter as well, and several other attacks, terrorist attacks in Punjab as well. So he was the hand-picked man. He was the sharpshooter. He was the first man and a blue-eyed boy of Harvinder Singh Rinda. And even the Punjab police anti-gangster task force was chasing him, trying to track Karanjit Singh from past few days. And I request my camera person to kindly give a broader visual of this encounter site. The isolated building in the middle of vacated plots connected to the road, and in fact this is the hiding place of Karanjit Singh. And now I request my camera person to kindly show you, if it is possible to show you inside the building. From the back door he tried to run. Swesha, when the Punjab police anti-gangster task force has cordoned the entire area from the front side, then the police and even the armed Karanjit Singh, armed gangster come terrorist, he tried to escape from the back door of this building, which was an under construction building. So this was the back door from where he tried to escape. But in the meanwhile, when Punjab police opened the fire in the defense, 2 bullets hit him in the lower body and he came down, and immediately police have taken him to the custody and shifted to the hospital as well. So this is how the entire operation has been carried out, but safely, no policeman injured, just because the first fire which was opened by the Karanjit Singh, in fact first fire opened from him side, just because when police has alerted him that he has been completely surrounded by the police teams, and in fact asked him to surrender on the spot. Instead of surrender, he opened fire on in defense. When the police opened the fire, 2 bullets hit Karanjit Singh, due to which he got bullet injuries as well. So this is how the entire operation has been carried out. But now Karanjit Singh, when he has been arrested and in fact now in the police custody after getting the treatment, he made so many disclosures regarding the connections of Harvinder Singh Rinda in Punjab and what kind of planning they are trying to execute in Punjab, just because he's already involved in several target killings. He's already involved in several extortion, murders and whatnot. So that is the reason. He's just 23-year-old young boy who was turned as a hardcore criminal and involved in the terrorist activities. So now he will be in the police custody after the treatment and make so many disclosures. I keep showing you the encounter site as well, just because the important part is that how this encounter has been carried out. The exchange of fire has happened. See, the entire the entire building is an isolated place. From the right to the left, and there is no place where anybody can expect that this can be the hub of the gangsters or the terrorists, and this can be the hiding place of the terrorist. When Punjab Police Anti-Gangster Task Force team has tracked his location exactly and specifically, only then this alert has been given to given to the Karanjit Singh and ask him to surrender, and just because he was completely surrounded by the police. All the anti-gangster task force is very much aware about the activities of these gangsters and the terrorists, and that is the reason they always remain armed and prepared to get engaged with these terrorists. See, this is the visual. So from here he was trying to escape, and when the police opened the fire, he sustained 2 bullet injuries and taken to the hospital by the police teams as well. Yes, Swesha.
All right, Amandeep, many thanks for those details. For the moment, we also cut across to these latest pictures coming in from Thiruvananthapuram, where BJP Yuva Morcha workers are holding a protest against the Kerala government over Sabrimala mismanagement issue. In fact, this protest that had also taken a political turn, where Congress MPs from Kerala had protested in Parliament against the Pinarayi government over the chaos in Sabrimala. And there has been a huge rush of pilgrims at Kerala's Sabrimala. Although Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has been saying that the Sabrimala scenes are quite under control now. And remember, blocked vehicles, mega rush, protests that have all been a part of the protest that is underway. Those are the pictures on your screens. Sabrimala that witnesses massive footfall, especially how it pilgrims complaining of a lack of basic amenities and safety measures. There has been a heavy rush of pilgrims, several devotees from Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Thrissur, Kozhikode, Malappuram, as they visited the shrine, returned home, made complaints, and they were reportedly made to wait for hours after police blocked those vehicles. Devotees from various states who registered their protest, as there was an altercation between the devotees and the police. Those are the pictures on your screens as BJP Yuva Morcha workers are holding this protest against the Pinarayi Vijayan government over the mismanagement in Sabrimala. In fact, we have been witnessing what has been happening. Devotees from various states who had registered a protest, hundreds of devotees who had reached the temple the previous morning but were not allowed to leave to Fort Sabrimala as they had cited crowding. And people have put their first-hand accounts of the kind of trouble that they had to witness. This entire protest that has taken a political turn, and the pictures that you see on your screens right now, BJP Yuva Morcha workers questioning the Pinarayi Vijayan government, where the police is trying to take control of that protest. Ashwin is joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram, where he gives us a sense of how the protest is now moving forward. Ashwin.
The Yuva Morcha has taken out the protest after there has been a schism between the governor and the government over various issues that has been going on, and there has been multiple issues that has been put forward, especially the attack against the governor was something that was not taken well. The governor had also come onto the road, and where he had raised his many protests with regard to that. So there has been a protest. What you see right now is the Yuva Morcha members taking out these protests against Pinarayi Vijayan government for various laxities on his part. There has been multiple laxities, but they allege that the government has committed, and there has not been several severe protection that has been given to the governor also. So this political upheaval continues in the state of Kerala, and what you see right now is outside the secretariat, where the Yuva Morcha is taking out this protest, and several rounds of water cannons have been used. Meanwhile, the Yuva Morcha members are seen to be crossing these barricades and trying to raise the alarm and bringing the issue to the forefront to the public as well.
Absolutely, Ashwin, but you've seen how the Pinarayi Vijayan government has come under the fire over Sabrimala, how it also took a political turn. We also saw the Congress questioning the Kerala government over it, and Pinarayi Vijayan primarily stating that things are quite under control. Is that far from the truth, and how exactly is the police now trying to take control?
Well, the Sabrimala issue has been ongoing for the last many days. In fact, there has been a huge problems for the devotees as well. We have received reports where devotees have been standing in line for almost 15 to 17 hours. And there were a lot of children who were also there in the Sabrimala, many of them visiting Sabrimala Hill Shrine. And they were all not being provided food. Many of these devotees had in fact come all the way about to the base camp and then returned because they could not have a darshan of Sabrimala as well. So this Sabrimala conflict also continues. It has been escalating for a long time. Government has stated that they have put several measures into place. However, there was a president who the Travancore Devasam president had yesterday told Republic that there has been lapses from their side and they had blamed the police for it. However, the police has in fact blamed.
Yes, absolutely, Ashwin. In fact, we'll try and establish better network with you as we have to slip into a short commercial break. But we get our viewers the very latest pictures as the protest is now escalating. Pinarayi Vijayan government under the fire over mismanagement in Sabrimala.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural market. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. by end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible. Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say.
And we continue to get you these latest pictures from Thiruvananthapuram, where BJP Yuva Morcha workers are staging a protest. They are questioning the Pinarayi Vijayan government over the Sabrimala mismanagement issue. Remember, there has been a huge footfall of devotees in Sabrimala this year, and they have complained about the trouble that they had to go through. The protest that escalated with many of these pilgrims registering a protest as they complained that they were from other states like Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Thrissur, Kozhikode and Malappuram, but they had to call off their trip because they were asked to return home. The visitors were reportedly made to wait for hours after the police blocked vehicles. Now Pinarayi Vijayan saying that the situation is under control, but far from what it is looking on the ground. We slip into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you more on the same.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months. It's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case
Mohan Yadav takes oath as Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister. Prime Minister Modi, BJP President JP Nadda attend the event. Swearing in of the new government in Chhattisgarh lined up today. Chief Minister and two Deputy Chief Ministers to take oath. NI conducts searches over half a dozen locations in Bengaluru in conversion racket. Ravi Uppal, one of the two main owners of the Mahadev online betting app, detained in Dubai. India remembers victims of the 2001 attack on Parliament. Top leaders pay tribute. Very good afternoon once again, and thank you for staying tuned. We first get you details coming in from Lucknow this time, where the name of Gomti Nagar railway station will now be changed. In fact, details that we are getting as the station's name will now be changed to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and the station will now be renamed as Atal Bihari Vajpayee Railway Station. Of the Gomti Nagar railway station that has now been rechristened. It is being renamed after former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. The name change that has now been invoked as Gomti Nagar railway station will now be called Atal Bihari Vajpayee railway station. The decision that has been taken, and the station will now be renamed. Ajay is all set to join us shortly to give us more details on the same. As this is the latest we're just picking up. This is in UP. I believe Ajay is with us on the phone line. Ajay, give us all the details of what has led to the name change, the decision that has been taken, and how it is being received.
जो नाम बदलने की पूरी प्रक्रिया है उसकी चर्चा कई दिनों से थी, क्योंकि अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी लखनऊ से लोकसभा चुनाव लड़ते रहे हैं, लखनऊ से प्रधानमंत्री चुनाव लड़ने के बाद रहे थे। तो ऐसी स्थिति में अब जब इस नए रेलवे स्टेशन को बनाया गया है, इस नए रेलवे स्टेशन की पूरी जो इमारत है वो खड़ी होकर लगभग तैयार है, तो अगले कुछ दिनों में इसको लॉन्च किया जाएगा। जो नाम है वो बदल दिया गया है, नाम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री के नाम पर रखा गया है। कई दिनों से इसको लेकर जो मांग है उत्तर प्रदेश में, खासतौर पर लखनऊ में जो बीजेपी का कैडर है वो कर रहा था, इसी कड़ी में भी नाम बदलने की खबर सामने आई है।
All right, Ajay, many thanks for getting us those details. In the meanwhile, we continue to get you pictures from Thiruvananthapuram, where BJP Yuva Morcha workers are holding a protest. Dramatic pictures that are coming in as the Kerala government is being questioned over the Sabrimala mismanagement issue. Remember, they have been attempting a cover-up as Pinarayi Vijayan says that all is under control. But there was a mega rush that led to several devotees registering a protest. Vehicles that were blocked. The temple that usually sees a massive footfall every year, this year as well, where pilgrims complained of the lack of basic amenities and safety measures. Locals who said that pilgrims arrived from places like Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Thrissur, Kozhikode, Malappuram, but they were made to send off after a long wait because the police had blocked their vehicles, and the devotees had to return from the Erumeli Rani Road. The altercation also that was reported between these devotees and the police at the Mahadeva temple, which is a prominent pilgrimage center. and BJP Yuva Morcha workers there escalating this protest as they're questioning the Pinarayi Vijayan government over the Sabrimala mismanagement issue. Remember, we also showed you those pictures as the police drew these barricades in order to ensure and also use water cannons on these protesters. But Ashwin, I believe you're getting us the latest details. These BJP Yuva Morcha workers who are determined to cross those barriers as they're seeking answers over why such mismanagement at Sabrimala this year. But the police has clearly been instructed to ensure that the protest does not escalate. Take us through the details.
Suesha, what has essentially happened to this protest is only because there has been a great deal of problems that the devotees of Sabrimala pilgrims had faced in the last few weeks, especially in the last weekend, the last second Saturday, the weekend, when there has been such a problem that devotees were standing inside these barricades for over 15 hours. Now, most of these Sabrimala devotees, many of them have come from far and wide, from Tamil Nadu, from Karnataka, and from Andhra Pradesh as well. And they have been traveling for so far. Many of their vehicles were stranded for almost 5 to 6 hours before the base camp in Pampa as well as in Nilekil. Now, Nilekil is around 30 kilometers away from Sabrimala Pampa base station, but this is a place where the parking lot is everything. All the devotees have to get down there and then further proceed. Now, just over that particular spot itself, vehicles had to wait for 5 to 6 hours to even get down. And there have been several other protests that has been ongoing. Many of these devotees have even called up Republic and told that they are unable to visit the shrine. They have waited in the queue for over 15 to 20 hours, and then they gave up. They removed their roasted the garland around them, and they broke the coconut and returned back because they without having a darshan of Lord Ayyappa as well. So this has been a point of concern where BJP has raised. There has also been contention because the Chief Minister has been holding the Nava Kerala Sadas, which is a People Connects program where the entire cabinet ministers have been traveling across the state. And it has been blamed that majority of the police people who are supposed to be in Sabrimala have been diverted for the Chief Minister's program, and that is why there have been less police which was there stationed in Sabrimala, and inexperienced police officials
will be also visiting on all days. I think that it is very, very huge number, because in 1 minute 70 to 75 maximum, minimum 70 people can climb over the steps. The temple timings is also 18 hours. If we take other 4 hours, that is 22 hours, 2 hours will be required for the arrangement of cleaning, etc. And other puja times also. For some pujas, the holy steps will be closed.
All right, Ashwin, that is of course a reaction coming in from the cops, and Pinarayi Vijayan also attempting to pacify the devotees, saying that the protests are quite under control, but these pictures here speaking far from what that version is. These are BJP Yuva Morcha workers, and this is not just the BJP, but how this protest has also taken a political turn. Congress MPs from Kerala also protested in the parliament against the Pinarayi government over the chaos in Sabrimala. So in that sense, they are facing the heat from every corner, not just from the devotees, but how it has now turned into a huge political face-off.
Well, Suesha, you must remember, let me just put this into context. The Sabrimala main festival, the main season begins from around November midweek and then ends on January midweek. This is the time almost 1,20,000 pilgrims sets foot onto the hill shrine per day. That is the average count that comes in. Now, last year, for instance, 1,20,000 pilgrims were accommodated. However, this time, the Pinarayi Vijayan administration has ensured that this has been restricted to 70,000 to 80,000. The reasons are unknown. They have never clarified. So this has been one of the major contention. Number two, there has been less police officials that has been deployed. This has not been stated by anybody from the political front, but by the temple administrators themselves, saying that inexperienced police officers were on duty. Suresha, it's very important to what this the police person who's the SP, Mr. M.R. Ajit Kumar, who's the SP of Pathanamthitta, has in fact stated is that there has been they have been blaming the temple administration. Yesterday, when Republic spoke to the temple administration, the president of Travancore Devaswam Board, he blamed inexperienced policemen has been the reason for such a chaos. Anyways, what can be stated is that at the moment we have got reports from the hillside that it is being controlled, because after seeing the visuals of the problems faced by many of these devotees, many people have decided not to enter the Sabrimala, not to travel to Sabrimala for the time being. This is one of the temples that rakes so much of revenue for the state administration as well, for the state government as well. But every year there has been many issues that come forward. This year, what we see is unprecedented. So unlike any other years, we see young children as minor children waiting inside the barricade for 15 hours with a paltry amount of water to be given and no food, no place for them to freshen up or change or go to a washroom, nothing whatsoever. And many of these children have been toiling. Many of these elder women and men have been toiling. Senior citizens, imagine senior citizens standing in queue for 15 to 16 hours without any kind of refreshment break. Although there has been the administration be saying they have been providing this, but many of these reports directly from these devotees have said they have gone through hell by taking a pilgrimage to Sabrimala, and that is one of the reasons why echoing the sentiments of these devotees, the Yuva Morcha is taking out these protests in outside the secretariat. However, as a face saver, what we are trying to see is that the government is trying to put in more forces. Yesterday, although it was very late yesterday evening, Chief Minister stated that when the shift change happens, less than 50% of the staff which is already there must remain there, and only other 50% should change. However, all these decisions have come very late. One must also remember that the Nava Kerala Sadas was also happening in Idukki district. So a large number of police were deployed for this particular program, is what has been blamed by the BJP and the Congress, resulting in a kiosk in Sabrimala, which is supposed to bring in lakhs of devotees. Now, from November midweek to January midweek, at least 1.5 crore to 2 crore devotees step foot on this particular hill shrine, and that has now faced chaos, which also brings to the question is that if this continues, will there be a stampede with any unfortunate event can occur? Because January 14th, as the days goes ahead, the number of pilgrims are likely to increase. So the question that has been raised by the principal opposition, the Congress as well as the BJP, is that are there enough adequate facilities that have been provided to the pilgrims of Sabrimala?
Right. All right. Keeping a very close eye on the developments. Ashwin will keep coming back to you. For the moment, we also get a quick check of what's happening in Chhattisgarh. Yes, according to sources, only Chief Minister and 2 Deputy Chief Ministers will take oath in today's oath-taking ceremony. The rest will have to wait. In fact, the news coming in regard of the oath-taking ceremony, as we've learned that only 2 deputies and the Chief Minister, Vishnu Sai, will take oath, along with Arun Sao and Vijay Sharma. Apart from these, the remaining 10 ministers will have to wait until the oath is taken. It is quite possible that a separate ceremony will be organized for the cabinet at a later point. Quite what we witnessed in Madhya Pradesh also today, where Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP National President JP Nadda had also flown in for the oath-taking ceremony, and in Chhattisgarh, where the ceremony was slated to happen at 2 p.m., was later postponed to 4 p.m., where, remember, Prime Minister is committed to attending the oath-taking ceremony. The BJP is bringing a complete surprise in all three states when it came to who took over as Chief Minister. And as we are learning from the current information just coming in, that only the Chief Minister and the two deputies will take oath today. The cabinet ministers will have to wait, and a separate ceremony altogether will be organized for the oath-taking ceremony of the remaining cabinet. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, getting you details, NIA is conducting searches over half a dozen locations in Bengaluru, this in connection with the conversion racket.
The India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back, we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months. It's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space.
In a tragic turn of events surrounding the murder of Sukhdev Singh Gogameri, the latest update reveals the demise of the sole eyewitness. Gogameri's guard Ajit Singh, who witnessed the incident, succumbed to injuries inflicted by the assailants after the shooting of Gogameri. Following the Congress MP Dhiraj Sahu's alleged involvement in a 353 crore money heist, BJP has intensified its criticism against the Grand Old Party. In a recent retort, BJP takes an aim at the Congress, sharing a picture of Rahul Gandhi posing with the recovered cash in a selfie. In a bold statement, SP leader Ashutosh Singh has placed the prominent hoarding outside the party office, urging the removal of EVMs in favor of a return to the traditional ballot system. Tragedy struck Odisha's Sambalpur district after a baby accidentally fell into a borewell. Fortunately, the infant was successfully rescued late at night and promptly admitted to a hospital for post-care. BJP leaders have landed in Bhopal for Chief Minister's oath-taking ceremony that happened, and Chief Minister, who has officially been sworn in along with his two deputies. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you details. We are building up to the swearing-in ceremony in Chhattisgarh. It is slated to take place at close to 4 p.m. Chief Minister and two deputy chief ministers will take oath.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank.
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
Very good afternoon. We're live on Breaking Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines at this hour. Mohan Yadav takes oath as Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister. Prime Minister Modi, BJP President JP Nadda attends the event. Swearing in of a new government in Chhattisgarh lined up today. Chief Minister and 2 deputies to take oath. NIA conducts searches over half a dozen locations in Bengaluru in conversion racket. Ravi Uppal, one of the two main owners of a Mahadev online betting app, detained in Dubai. India remembers victims of 2001 attack on the parliament. Top leaders pay tribute. All right, we're getting in news from Chhattisgarh, where the swearing-in ceremony of the new Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu is going to be held at around 4 p.m. The BJP picked tribal leader Sai, who's a former union minister as well, had served Chhattisgarh BJP as the Chhattisgarh BJP chief. Also, he will be sworn in as the new chief minister. Preparations are going on in full swing at the Science College ground in Raipur, where the swearing-in ceremony will be held. Now, more than 50,000 people are expected to attend the function, and as per reports, Prime Minister Modi, BJP President JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah, Chief Ministers of other states, Union Ministers, senior BJP leaders from other states and eminent personalities, intellectuals are expected to attend this oath-taking. You can see those visuals there earlier in the day. Right ahead of the oath-taking ceremony. We can see these visuals came in this morning. This is the latest update we're getting in right now. Around 4 p.m. we expect Vishnu Desai to be sworn in as the Chief Minister. Just a while back we saw Madhya Pradesh's Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav being sworn in, and now we have visuals of Vishnu Desai who will be taking oath in a short while from now at around 4 p.m. this evening. Prime Minister Modi, JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah will also be attending this program. Remember earlier we saw them attending the oath ceremony in Bhopal, also in Madhya Pradesh. Now, discussion on the portfolio of ministers is also going to take place. My colleague Anup is joining us live from the venue. From the venue where the oath-taking ceremony is going to take place. Anup, हमने देखा अभी डॉक्टर मोहन यादव का जो अभी शपथ ग्रहण हुआ है, विष्णुदेव साई जो हैं वो भी 4 बजे के अराउंड हम जान रहे हैं कि वो शपथ ग्रहण जो है उनका होने वाला है. कैसा माहौल है, क्या कुछ तैयारियां चल रही हैं और कौन-कौन जो हैं वो इस शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में आने वाले हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए
अनूप, इफ यू कैन हियर मी, अनूप आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? तो शपथ ग्रहण का समारोह शुरू होने वाला है और बताइए कि कौन-कौन जो हैं वो इस शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में शरीक होने वाले हैं.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी अपडेट मैं आपको बता दूं कि जो मध्य प्रदेश में तस्वीरें देखी वही छत्तीसगढ़ में ही होने वाला है, क्योंकि बहुत जल्दबाजी में शपथ ग्रहण हो रहा है. तो कहा यह जा रहा है कि 2 डेप्यूटी सीएम और सीएम शपथ लेंगे और बाकी लोगों को यानी 10 लोगों को अब इंतजार करना पड़ेगा. कहा जा रहा है कि शपथ लेने के बाद 1 या 2 दिन के अंदर मुख्यमंत्री और अरुण साहब जो है वो दिल्ली जाएंगे. उसके बाद वहां नाम आला कमान के सामने फाइनल होगा. ये सबसे बड़ी अपडेट आपको दे दे. 4 बजे का वक्त बताया जा रहा है. 45 मिनट प्रधानमंत्री यहां रुकेंगे. उस दौरान शपथ ग्रहण समारोह होगा. यहाँ की जनता का आभार जताएंगे, क्योंकि यही वो मैदान है जहां प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आए थे और यहाँ की जनता को संबोधित करते हुए कहा था कि आप यहाँ छत्तीसगढ़ में बीजेपी की सरकार बनाइए, मैं आपको आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं यहाँ शपथ ग्रहण के लिए. और आज ये तमाम लोग साक्षी बनने वाले हैं. आप लोग बताएंगे छत्तीसगढ़ का विकास होगा. आइए, खड़े हो जाइए. महिलाएं हैं कुछ बोलने. आइए, विकास होगा छत्तीसगढ़ का. खड़े हो जाइए. विकास होगा
जी, बिल्कुल विकास होगा.
आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री हैं, महिलाओं के लिए क्या होगा?
महिलाओं के लिए बहुत कुछ करेंगे. महिलाएं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, आरक्षण के लिए भी कुछ करेंगे.
आप में से कोई बोलेगा? मोदी जी से मिलने आए हैं?
जी, मोदी जी से मिलने आए.
बीजेपी की सरकार बनी है, कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. क्या होगा आगे? बहुत अच्छा होगा.
बुलडोजर चलेगा?
जी सर, बहुत चलेगा.
चलेगा.
हाँ,
बताइए मैडम.
बिल्कुल चलेगा. बिल्कुल चलेगा, अगर संभव रहेगा, जहाँ चलाने का उचित रहेगा वहाँ चलेगा.
और जहाँ नहीं चलना चाहिए।
खुद महिला है, नारी सुरक्षा को लेकर क्या सोचती है?
हमारे नारी सुरक्षा के लिए हम लोग बहुत अच्छा सोचते हैं, क्योंकि मोदी जी है तो संभव है, मुमकिन है।
कहाँ से आए?
मैं सीतापुर संभाग से आई हूँ, सीतापुर मंडल से।
सीतापुर मंडल से
जी।
आप बताइए मैडम, क्या लग रहा है? खड़े हो जाइए, खड़े हो जाइए। आज नए युग का उदय हो रहा है, कहते हैं विष्णु उदय तो ज्यादा अच्छा है।
विष्णु उदय हो रहा है और हम लोग का सीतापुर में 20 साल से कमल नहीं खिला था, आज हमारे सीतापुर में कमल भी खिल गया और विष्णु उदय भी हुआ। और माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने
अगले 5 साल कहाँ होगा छत्तीसगढ़, बताइए। अगले 5 साल में छत्तीसगढ़ कहाँ होगा?
बहुत तरक्की में होगा
जी। आप लोग बताइए।
बहुत ही अच्छा होगा और 5 साल बाद
अच्छा होगा।
हाँ अच्छा होगा।
मोदी जी के लिए नारेबाजी कर दे तो अच्छा होगा।
नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, मोदी 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 मोदी।
तो देखिए बहुत काफी में महिलाएं आई, अभी और भी महिलाएं आएंगी, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने महिलाओं की सुरक्षा की गारंटी दी थी। उसी गारंटी का नतीजा है कि महिलाओं ने झोली भर भर कर बीजेपी को वोट दिया और आज शपथ ग्रहण होने जा रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल, हमको जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि तमाम चीफ मिनिस्टर्स जो हैं वो भी आने वाले हैं। क्या योगी आदित्यनाथ उनमें से एक होने वाले हैं? क्या पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जो हैं भूपेश बघेल, क्या वो भी उनको भी इनवाइट किया गया? क्या वो आने वाले हैं? किस किस को हम आज एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं यहाँ पर, क्योंकि काफी जल्दबाजी में जैसे आपने कहा तैयारियां हो रही हैं अनुप जी, तो क्या कुछ हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं? कौन कौन यहाँ पर आने वाला है? कैसा समारोह होने वाला है?
देखिए जी, बिल्कुल जल्दबाजी में तैयारियां तो हुई, लेकिन पहले ये कहा जा रहा था कि शायद तमाम मंत्रियों को शपथ दिलाया जाएगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये भी अपडेट मिल रही है कि मध्य प्रदेश के जो नवनियुक्त मुख्यमंत्री मोहन यादव वो भी आने वाले। कई वीआईपीज हैं जो बीजेपी शासित राज्यों के, योगी आदित्यनाथ का नाम ले ले, पुष्कर सिंह धामी, राजनाथ सिंह, अनुराग ठाकुर, और तमाम ये लोग हैं, बड़े चेहरे हैं जो यहाँ आने वाले हैं। और खासतौर पर साधु संतों का भी इंतजार है। आपको क्या लग रहा है, रामराज आ रहा है?
यस,
रामराज आ रहा है। हाँ। मोदी जी लेके आ गए बीजेपी को यहाँ। अब क्या देखते हैं?
हाँ?
अब क्या देखते हैं छत्तीसगढ़ में आगे?
अब छत्तीसगढ़ में देखते हैं सर, उम्मीद करते हैं कि जैसा हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जैसा हम चाह रहे हैं, जैसा जागरूक हुए हैं, वैसा हमारे साथ मतलब उम्मीद रखते हैं सर कि वैसा हो, अच्छा
जामवंत बन के आए हैं, रामराज आ गया है, जामवंत भी आ गए। किसका इंतजार है?
अब है श्री कृष्ण जी की भी इंतजार है, राम जी की इंतजार है।
कौन है श्री कृष्ण जी?
श्री कृष्ण जी हमारे यहाँ के दुर्योधन, कृष्ण जी का पैसा पूछे कौन है, तो हमारे प्रभु जी। हाँ
जी, तो नैया पार लगाएंगे।
बिल्कुल सर।
आप एक बार नारेबाजी कर दे, जय श्री राम जामवंत साहब।
जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
चलिए, तो देखिए लोग ऐसे ऐसे वेश धर कर आ रहे हैं, हनुमान जी का गेटअप लेकर भी आए और कह रहे हैं राम राज्य आएगा, और यहाँ आ गया छत्तीसगढ़ में।
Absolutely, the excitement is indeed building up. काफी ज्यादा उत्साह है लोगों में, और हम आपके पास एक बार फिर से रुख करेंगे जैसे ही ओथ सेरेमनी का टाइम आ जाएगा। पर अभी के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए अनूप। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। We'll keep coming back to you, but moving on to some more breaking news right now coming in viewers from Madhya Pradesh. This time, Chief Minister, just newly sworn in Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Mohan Yadav, will hold a meeting in the ministry today at 5 p.m. And now this will be the first meeting with officers after becoming the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. So that is the big update we're getting in right now. Just a while back, we saw Mohan Yadav, Dr. Mohan Yadav, being sworn in as the newly appointed Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. And he, from day one, he is going to have this cabinet meeting, the very first cabinet meeting of Dr. Mohan Yadav, which is going to take place at 5 p.m. today. Who all will be attending? We have to wait and watch. Of course, the cabinet will be there, and also we expect that it will set the tone for his term. What we expect, and we'll get you more details. What is going to be on Dr. Mohan's agenda for this meeting? But right now, all right, my colleague Harsha is joining us on the broadcast for more. Harsha, right from day one, he's just been sworn in, and Dr. Mohan Yadav is going to hold a cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. What more details can you share with us?
Yes, exactly, rightly stated, Rakshita, because this is the Mohan Yadav today sworn in, and the swearing ceremony, we already saw how many BJP leaders are present there. And the first day only after swearing in, the first cabinet meeting Mohan Yadav will be holding at around 5 o'clock, and this will be a very important meeting because there are the most of the yojanas of BJP government, of the central schemes which he will implement, and also he will speak to several ministers as well, who will take charge as the who has taken charge as the cabinet ministers. We know that how important MP is for BJP, and also ahead of the Lok Sabha, ahead of the 2024 elections. It is very important to send the message across the ground, across the Karyakartas and across the state that the schemes of central schemes are being hugely and heavily implemented all across, and that is the reason why Mohan Yadav facing that he the ground level Karyakarta associated with RSS, and how determined BJP is to work for the Karyakartas in the entire state, for the citizens, for the public of Madhya Pradesh. And that is the reason why today only, the first day only, he is holding a cabinet. We also saw the swearing ceremony where all the high profile and senior leaders of BJP were present there. And the first day only at 5 o'clock, all the cabinet ministers along with Mohan Yadav will be present, where the important discussions over the schemes about the across.
In fact, stay with us, Harsha. We are getting more breaking news. Just stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Now, this is the news coming in from the Parliament, viewers. Protests breaking out outside the Parliament. Protest breaks out outside Parliament, and 2 people have been detained amidst this protest. Mega protest demonstrations outside the Parliament. And for more on this, I'm being joined by Harsha yet again. Harsha, tell us more details. What was this protest about? Who are the people who have been detained?
So, Rakshita, right now I'm standing outside Parliament only, and I'll show you the visuals of the of the security which is heightened outside Parliament. One and all, each and every vehicles are being thoroughly checked. I'll show you the visual here, as you can clearly see, Rakshita, here, that how security is beefed up, and all the joint CPs and CPs of the area have gathered here. And this was after the news of the protest. The protest broke out outside Parliament. It was Parliament gate number 1, Rakshita, outside which there were few protesters. 2 have been detained. The one girl who has been detained, her name is Neelam. We tried to speak also to that girl regarding which organization she comes from and what is the issue regarding, but they clearly stated that they don't belong from any organization. And however, they also stated that it is regarding the JNK bill, and how BJP was continuously stating that it was the Nehru blunder which led to the suffering of people of Kashmir since so many years. And right now, these are the visuals I am showing you from outside Parliament gate number 1 only. There's a transport bhavan, and one and all, continuously each and every vehicle is being thoroughly checked, and no vehicle is being allowed. Also, the security is beefed up. More and more barricades have now been put up outside Parliament, and this is regarding the protest only. It was just 5 to 7 minutes ago that few protesters came outside, and there were security forces. They detained them immediately and they took them straight to the Parliament Street Thana. We have got the name of the detainees as well who have been detained, but right now, which organization they come from, what was exactly the agenda, who had sent them, these all details will be revealed when the police will thoroughly investigate this entire matter. So on our screen, this is the visual of more and more security forces deployed outside Parliament, the barricades, the security forces deployed, and the security outside all the gates of Parliament from gate number 1 to gate number 4 have been beefed up, and this is because of the reason of the protesters, and they were continuously sloganeering regarding Nehru. And Rakshita, there's the latest information which we are gathering is just 2 people have been detained. These are the visuals. Yes, back to you, Rakshita.
Harsha, what is this? This is yellow smoke that we are seeing. There's yellow smoke that we could see in these visuals. This plumes of yellow smoke coming out. What is that? And we also see that person in question, that lady, is also throwing a fist up in the air and sloganeering, saying something. What is she saying? Any idea about that? And what is that smoke?
the nationalist sloganeering was Nehru ke gaddaron ko goli maro saalon ko. So this was a sloganeering which she was making at the girl in green color, and they were having a smoke gun with colors filled in it, and they were smoking, and they were, the smoke gun was being fumed by all these protesters. They were 4 to 5 in numbers, and the visuals which are clearly on our screen right now, Rakshita, this is of gate number 1 of the parliament, the main entry from where all the parliamentarians, all the leaders enter, and these are the visuals, and they were sloganeering, and they were upset with the JNK bill and about the blunders which HM spoke about, and the blunders which HM spoke about, the Nehru blunders, and they were upset with it, and that was the reason why they came here protesting outside Parliament gate number 1. And the girl in green, Rakshita, I would like to tell you that her name is Neelam. She has been detained. She was taken by the women police officials of the Parliament Street Thana who are deployed here, and they have clearly stated that they don't belong with any organization, but they were upset with the kind of statements which are continuously being made inside Parliament, in the floor of the House, in Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, and they were upset, and therefore they were sloganeering in favor of Congress, in favor of Nehru. So this is the latest information, Rakshita, we have gathered till now, but we have to wait and watch exactly from which organization they have come from, because clearly the protesters didn't reveal that which organization they come from, but police is of the thought that they certainly were motivated and were from a particular organization. It will come up and be revealed by the
क्योंकि अब से थोड़ी देर पहले ही संसद भवन के जो गेट नंबर 2 है वहां पर भी 2 लोग प्रदर्शन करते हुए
Those are the visuals, viewers. Those are the visuals that were when the proceedings were on in Parliament. You can see this happened during the proceedings in the Lok Sabha, and there was a big scare there. You can see the commotion, the chaos that followed, some big security lapse that happened in the Parliament while the session was underway. You can see right now the man jumping into Lok Sabha gallery. Those are the visuals we have of that moment of commotion when that man tried to break inside the Parliament. Harsha, if you are still with me, this happens on the anniversary of that attack that happened in 2001. 2001 Parliament attack. And you can see this is a completely planned attack, and what was planned by these 2 individuals in question right now. It's a big security breach. The commotion that happened, the chaos that unfolded inside the House, that is visible in this visual, viewers, that we are showing you right now on your screens. It's a big security breach in the Lok Sabha that happened today. 2 people protesting outside. In fact, we're getting in more reaction also on this. What has happened right now? Let's take a look at the reactions coming in from the Parliament itself.
So, instruments releasing smoke, releasing sound, rushing one after one. No security inside the house. They at least jumped. Young people.
There was Sudeep Bandyopadhyay. I was talking about this security breach right now. Arsha, we can understand, we are now getting to know that in fact this man had trespassed inside, and there are color bombs also that were visible. So I think Arsha, there are more reactions coming in. Let's dip into those.
Complete security lapse, and कुछ भी हो सकता है हाउस के अंदर, and moreover जहाँ पे हम खड़े हैं यहाँ पे proper watch भी नहीं है.
Today is the anniversary of the Parliament attack. Please keep that in mind. On this day it's happening. It's very, very unfortunate that Indian Parliament has been attacked again. But 2 people jumped into the well with canisters in their hand which emitted a yellow smoke.
Any slogans were raised?
I do not know what they were raising in the melee. I didn't follow what they were saying, but they had canisters in their hand which was emitting yellow smoke.
What were they discussing, sir?
It was 0 hour. People were standing up and saying whatever. They jumped from the well into the house and then rushing towards the chair.
लोकसभा में आज पब्लिक गैलरी से 2 लोग कूद गए और एकदम से धुआं जो है वो उठने लगा, अफरा तफरी मच गई, लेकिन उन दोनों लोगों को पकड़ लिया गया है। अभी फिलहाल जो पता चला है कोई एक का नाम जिसका मैंने पास देखा सिक्योरिटी ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, कोई सागर करके है, और वो हमारे जो मैसूर के सांसद है माननीय प्रताप सिम्हा जी, उनके गेस्ट के रूप में हुआ।
तो किस तरह का गैस था कि
अब ये क्या बताइए, सिक्योरिटी का काम है।
हालांकि कोई आप लोग को दिक्कत हुआ सांसदों को उस गैस से?
नहीं, कोई ऐसा नहीं, लेकिन भगदड़ मच गई, लेकिन उनको पकड़ लिया गया, दोनों लोग कस्टडी में।
दूसरे वाले का कुछ
That was Danish Ali and several other parliamentarians who were just reacting to it. Dimple Yadav, Karthik Chidambaram reacting to it, talking about how a man tried to trespass in the public gallery. And what happened was that they had canisters in their hand, as Karthik Chidambaram was saying. There was a color bomb also that was released, and you can see those visuals from the outside of the parliament also, which we saw, which we just showed you earlier. But right now you can see the security personnel, the parliamentarians, all in utter chaos, and there was a massive scare. Of course, this is a breach of parliament. This is a big security breach happening on the anniversary of the 2001 parliament attack that has happened. Man jumping in from the visitors gallery, trying to break into the Lok Sabha while the proceedings are underway, mind you. This is a big security lap right now, and this is 22 years of it's a 22 years anniversary of that 2001 parliament attack, where even our security personnel were also martyred in that. But this is a big security breach. Danish Ali was claiming that one of the persons was a guest of one of our parliamentarians. My colleague and executive editor of politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, joins us on the phone line for more. Aishwarya, there's a massive security breach in the parliament that has happened. A man tries to break into from the public gallery, tries to jump into the Lok Sabha.
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, we are getting these. This is very, very disturbing. Keeping in mind that the Prime Minister, the Home Minister and the complete top brass of the government was there in the Parliament. Also simultaneously that this is the new Parliament building, but the security protocol has been enhanced and not decreased. So the security protocol, the entrance, it's very clear that they could not have gotten into the Parliament compound without the pass. And for the pass, either they had a media pass or they had a support pass which was issued by the office of a Member of Parliament, sitting Member of Parliament. So all of these details would have to be found out, that who allowed them to enter, on what premises did they enter, and how did they get into the hall. Even the media personnel, even the add-on staff is not allowed. So which gate was unmanned? Yes, this is the new Parliament building, but once again I repeat, the security protocols, 3 layers have been added and not removed. So the security protocol has been enhanced. Somewhere there has been a major flaw. The Parliament Watch and Ward, which has been turned into the Parliament Security Guard now, really needs to look into this. We are once again being told that it's the CISF which handles the outer periphery, and once the Prime Minister enters the Parliament compound, the SPG takes over one particular part of the Parliament compound where the Prime Minister's office and then the office of his officers are. But at this very point of time, they were in the main hall. They were in the Parliament hall. So the security breach has clearly happened. But once again, as I repeat, to enter the compound of the very Parliament, to cross the outer periphery, either they have jumped over, which is possible, or they have gotten into through some pass. One is the pass which media personnel use, and that is basically issued after the complete protocol. And then the second pass is issued when there are request letters which are issued on the behalf of Member of Parliament, sitting Member of Parliament. So this details have to be found out, that what exactly is happening and on whose premise or on whose request were the passes issued for these 2 individuals. So very clearly, the police, they will be taken into the Parliament Street Police Thana, the Parliament Watch and Ward, which has the complete authority inside the Parliament, but would have to hand them over first to the CISF, and then from CISF to the Delhi Police, and then further investigation will get details. But once again, these visuals are very disturbing. Individuals will, while more than 24 high security individuals inside the Parliament, these 2 individuals without any protocol enter, and then the Parliament Watch and Ward, which is now the Parliament Security Guard, allows, or they were just non-present, because the entry to the hall is only through 2 entrances. One entrance which the Prime Minister, the Home Minister and the Defence Minister, plus any individual which entertains Z plus security, only they can enter. And then there is a separate entrance for all the other MPs, including that of the Treasury benches and the opposition benches. So very clearly they have entered from that very gate. They cannot enter from the gate from where the Z plus security protocol and then the Prime Minister enters. So they have entered through into the main hall through that gate. So it has to be found out. Yes, that who was manning that gate, who was guarding that gate. It's the responsibility of the Parliament Watch and Ward, because no one is allowed to carry arms once again inside the Parliament. Yes.
Absolutely. It's the new Parliament building, and it comes on the day of 22nd anniversary of the Parliament attack. Also, certainly big questions, of course, to be asked here. Mega security breach. But thanks so much for the moment, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details here. That is the big update we're getting in from the National Capital viewers. We just slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more updates on this. A man breaks into the Lok Sabha chamber during proceedings. 2 people have been detained. They were holding protests. There were color bombs also thrown. It's a big security breach. We'll get you the voices from ground and more inside details. Stay tuned with Republic TV. We'll be right back.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per 1,000 population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have
difference between India and the difference between with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a
difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow fivefold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters,
पहले मैं जिद्दी थी, अब आप अड़ जाते हो। पहले मैं नहीं समझती थी, अब आप वक्त लगाते हो। नजरें चाहे हों दो, है सपना एक ही हमारा।
सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
बादलों पे चल के हवाओं से मिलके मैं बनाऊंगा, हौसलों को कस के तूफानों से लड़के मैं बनाऊंगा मैं।
स्किल, स्टील और दिल से बन रहा है भारत। AMNS इंडिया, स्मार्टर स्टील्स, ब्राइटर फ्यूचर्स।
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है, आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को धर्म भाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया VMAX पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। VMAX पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, NPS में।
NPS में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
NPS कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना NPS अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं
वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। NPS में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Only a revolution can bring a real change. Like Epson EcoTank printers. With heat-free technology, they use less power, generate less e-waste and save on printing cost. It's not just a printer, it's a revolution. Join the eco-revolution with me.
पहले मैं जिद्दी थी, अब आप अड़ जाते हो। पहले मैं अपने मन की करती थी, अब आप अपनी चलाते हो। पहले मैं नहीं समझती थी, अब आप वक्त लगाते हो। नजरें चाहे हों दो, है सपना एक ही हमारा।
सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors. One of the most important factors.
Security breached during parliamentary proceedings as unidentified persons storm inside the Lok Sabha from the visitors' gallery. Four detained after security breach in parliament. Police interrogation underway, probe launched. Mohan Yadav takes oath as new Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, set to hold the first cabinet meeting shortly. Vishnu Desai to take oath as Chhattisgarh Chief Minister shortly. 2 Deputy Chief Ministers to be sworn in. Mega NIA crackdown on conversion racket. Search is underway across half a dozen locations. And a big lead in Mahadev betting scam investigation. Owner of app Ravi Uppal detained in Dubai. All right, we're getting some big updates now. A major security breach incident took place inside the Lok Sabha. Unidentified persons stormed inside the Lok Sabha chamber from the visitors gallery. Now, incident has, of course, triggered a major scare in the Lok Sabha. And right now, what we know is that those people who had entered, they were carrying some smog crackers. And Republic has learned that now 4 people have been taken into custody. The Delhi Commissioner of Police, the top cop, has been called to the parliament. And of course, the investigation is underway. And there is investigation going on as of who were these people, who had invited them, who is the parliamentarian who invited them. There are several names that are doing the rounds, and we will get you the confirmation on the same very shortly. But it was, of course, 4 people who broke into the parliament. So the identity has been ascertained, and we are getting more details coming in. There are security agencies that are in place. Now we are getting to know that those people who have been detained are still at the Parliament Police Station. And there are several reactions that have also come in. Top police officials have descended on Parliament as the top cop has been summoned. And there are several other agencies who are, of course, forensic teams have also been brought in. The proceedings, of course, continued in the Lok Sabha after this. The opposition, of course, has raised this in the parliament and demanding this beefing up of security. Let's take a listen into the reaction that have come in from the parliamentarians.
Suddenly, two people from the visitors' galley jumped into the house. They had canisters in their hand. These canisters were emitting yellow smoke. One was attempting to run towards the speaker's chair. He was overpowered by members, and I do not know. They were shouting some slogans which I couldn't make about. But the fact that there were 2 people who could come into the visitors' galley with canisters which could emit smoke. This smoke could have been toxic. It could have been poisonous, or it could have even been smoke bombs. We do not know. But it emitted an yellow smoke, and this is a serious breach of security, especially on 13th of December, the day in which Parliament was attacked in 2001.
How much would have been the age?
20 and 30, young men.
It was a terrible experience. It is inside the floor of the house. Suddenly we found 2 persons jumped, and one is coming gradually forward. What is the target? How? Why they are moving like this? Nobody could guess. Suddenly some smoke started penetrating. It's a yellowish color. So all were in a nervous mood. I was expecting maybe they are going to blast something, or maybe they are going to shoot somewhere. But ultimately all left the house. It is a security lapse. Today is the day. We should not forget that it is the day particular when our parliament was attacked. So how they entered into its instruments, releasing smoke, releasing sound, rushing one after one. No security inside the house. They at least jumped.
All right, getting in some breaking updates right now on this. The head of Parliament Security and Delhi Commissioner of Police are set to brief the Home Secretary on the matter. The security head and Delhi Commissioner of Police, the top cop, I will be holding a meeting with the Home Secretary. This is a high-level meeting that is going to take place very shortly, a top-level meeting that is going to take place anytime from now on the matter, the massive security breach where 4 people have been detained. Now, 2 people tried to enter inside. One man we can see it in those visuals that we are continuously playing on loop. You can see in that red box, that is the man who in fact jumped inside the Lok Sabha chamber, jumping across the benches. You can see, and in fact a BJP MP also had caught hold of him, and and also we are getting more visuals of that smoke. Also, let us tell you that this is an important meeting that is going to take place inside, that is going to take place with the Home Secretary. My colleague and Executive Editor for Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, joins us for more. Aishwarya, of course, it's a big security breach and many questions are there to be asked. Head of Parliament Security in Delhi Top Cop to brief the Home Secretary now. All right, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll try and reconnect with Aishwarya, but we'll getting you more details also on that. The head of Parliament Security in Delhi, Commissioner of Police, will be briefing the Home Secretary. Remember, there's the Section 144 that has been also imposed in several outside the residences of the Prime Minister and other top leaders also of the opposition as well. But the investigation, of course, is underway. The forensic team has also reached the parliament. It's a big security lab, viewers, and we are getting you more and more reactions as they continue to pour in incessantly. The security of, in fact, UP Assembly has also been increased, what we are told right now. But remember, 4 people have been detailed. They're still being interrogated and their identity is being ascertained. In total, 4 people have been detained, and Aishwarya Kapoor is back with us on the phone line. Aishwarya, over to you. A high-level meeting on security is going to take place shortly.
Well, absolutely. Simultaneous breaking news. As you mentioned, security of Uttar Pradesh has increased. Maharashtra Assembly has cancelled all visitor passes until unnotified date. And then, as far as the meeting in Delhi is concerned, the Delhi CP and the top boss of the Parliament Security Guard are briefing the Home Secretary as we speak. Because keeping in mind that once again there were 8 high security Z+ security personnel who were present in the house, including Rahul Gandhi, while the incident took place. So very clearly the Parliament security has very, very serious questions to answer. And regarding this, we are being told that meeting is on. But simultaneously, they are developing breaking news coming in. IB team has been called in to the special cell. There are 3 individuals of the IB team. Special cell is there. Our colleague Shavan is breaking those information, and as far as this meeting is concerned, right after this we are being told that the Home Secretary is going to be briefing the Home Minister as well. But at this point of time, it's the top boss of the Delhi Police who is not directly responsible for the security of the Parliament, because the Parliament Watch and Ward, which is now called the Parliament Security Guard, security of the new Parliament, and there is a major fault regarding which they would have to answer and then explain, and hence the head of the Parliament Security Guard and the Delhi Police are briefing the Home Secretary as we speak.
Absolutely, of course, this is something that is being raised inside the Parliament. Inside the Parliament, also by the parliamentarians. In fact, Aishwarya, we saw the proceedings, of course, continue. Lok Sabha Speaker said that despite what happened, the proceedings will continue and no one can stop that. And he will also look into the various demands that are being made by the opposition leaders.
Are on. Parliament is on. Both the houses are on. In fact, the Vice President of India is sitting on the chair in the upper house. The chairman of Raj Sabha is the Vice President, Jagdeep Dhankar, is sitting on the chair. So that is sending out a message that everything is okay, everything is under control. When you have the Vice President of India chairing Raj Sabha himself, Lok Sabha has also commenced. So very, very clearly, the proceedings of House have once again started. And as we said, you had the Speaker himself coming out and stating very clearly that everything is normal, everything is okay. It was just a small cracker, but at the end of the day, today also happens to be the anniversary of the attack on Indian Parliament, and that makes it significant, and hence 144 has been imposed outside at least top 10 politicians who are all Z+ protectees. So as we speak in Lok Sabha, it is the opposition member of Parliament, Shashi Tharoor, who is speaking. In Raj Sabha, it's the Vice President of India who's sitting on the chair. So the proceedings of both the houses are on, while the Delhi CP and the head of Parliament Security are briefing, as we speak, briefing the Home Secretary regarding the incident which took place in the Parliament.
All right, thank you so much, Ashwarya, for joining us with those details. We keep coming back to you for more as more updates are pouring in. Also, senior editor Shravan Sen is joining us from the spot right now, right outside the parliament. Shravan, what is the latest you're picking up as far as the investigation is concerned? Any update on who are these people? These 4 people have been detained up until now. And also, the police action is underway. A top-level meeting is also going to take place very shortly.
Well, in fact, I'll just show you the visuals outside the parliament right now. You do have the Delhi police senior officials coming in a short while back. I'll just show you some of the visuals right now, what you see right on your screens. Now, this has certainly sent the Delhi police in a tizzy, given the fact that you have the parliament being, completely secured by the Delhi police. And of course, you also have the paramilitary, which is part of the entire security process. Just for a quick update as far as what is it that we know so far, this happened roughly around 1 o'clock. This is the entry point, as you can see behind me. Now, what's the process for anyone who enters the parliament, especially if you have a visitor's pass? Remember, the visitor's pass is largely issued by the parliamentarian's office. This is after a purpose is given to them. Many a times the parliamentarians do give these passes to their constituent members who want to perhaps get a glimpse of the parliament. And after a thorough check that is essentially done, it is here inside this particular area where largely you have the systems in place where the parliamentarian's office informs the reception. That's where the passes are basically issued. Now, important to point out here is that any visitor who enters this premises, they have to deposit their mobile phones, even if there are smartwatches that are being used, that has to be deposited, and then finally through a proper check is when they enter the parliament. So first of all, the first big question for the Delhi police to answer right now, and for those who are responsible for the security of the parliament, is the question whether at all there has been a breach or not, and how exactly did the breach take place. Because as of now, what we are given to understand is that the intruders did manage to take the canister inside their shoes. That should have been detected by the metal detectors. That hasn't happened. That is the reason why breach number 1 takes place the moment they enter using those canisters, because those are metal canisters that were actually used. So the first level of check is actually done at this very place, and thereafter they basically move towards here. Remember, this is the old building, and on my right hand side is the new building where the entrance actually takes place. Even for journalists, remember, there is a thorough check that is actually done, passes that have been issued to them. There is a literal biometric that is actually done even for journalists who are basically entering, with full data is actually kept in hand with those inside the reception. What is it that we know in terms of where have they come from? 4 people have been detained so far. They are being questioned at the Parliament Street police station. We are being told that this is a multi-agency probe that is being done. In fact, a 3-member team of the Intelligence Bureau is also present right now. The Delhi Police Commissioner has already been briefed so far. We're being told that the same procedure is actually being followed. The Delhi Police CP as well as other senior officials who are responsible for it, they are briefing the Ministry of Home Affairs in this entire matter, because this is being considered as a big security breach on 2 counts. One, the very fact that you have the intruders actually entering, carrying a metal canister, not 1 but 2, and then if you just look at the sequence of events, when the proceedings were actually on, you had one of them actually jumping inside the well and, moving towards the well is when that incident took place. And one of the intruders was at the visitors gallery, from where he began spraying the metal canister. That is the reason why on these 2 counts, they're looking at a major security breach. Now, was this part of a larger plan or not? All of this is going to be in the realm of the, of the investigation that is being carried out right now. So far, they haven't been able to establish the fact who are they, what was the purpose in which they've come in, because remember, this was a BJP parliamentarian in whose name the intruders actually came in. The passes were basically given to them. what was the purpose that was cited for this visit? That is yet to be clarified right now from the MP's office, or for that matter, even the Delhi police. They are essentially maintaining the fact that the investigation is still underway. They are largely right now focusing as far as the security breach is concerned. Second, of course, would be the antecedents of the intruders right now and the purpose of their visit. And third, whether at all they are part of a larger conspiracy. These are the three important angles on which the investigation is on.
Breaking updates right now. Sources suggest to Republic TV that initial probe from those detained outside reveals that the protest might have been carried because of registering dissent on. All right, Delhi police special cell will be roped in. That is also what we are getting in right now, viewers. That is the big update we are getting in. We are getting you more details of Parliament security breach investigation. All right, Shravan, going across to you again. It's a big lead. Now, Delhi Police's special cell will be roped in, and there are more details also coming in. Canister was hidden inside the shoe of that intruder. There are multiple information and updates, of course, that are pouring in as we speak, viewers. So we're getting you as much as possible. So it's a major scare. And now the latest being, Shravan, is that the Delhi Police's special cell is roped in.
Well, in fact, the special cell was already roped in. In fact, that's part of the protocol, because given the fact that they are also looking at whether at all there is any terror angle or not. At this point in time, they certainly do not want to take any chances, keeping in mind the antecedents of those intruders are still being verified. In fact, I'm given to understand that Delhi police has already got in touch with Karnataka police, because some of these intruders, at least two of them actually belong to Karnataka, one from Mysore, and that is the reason why Karnataka police too has actually been roped in. As far as special cell's role is concerned, they are largely looking into whether at all there is any terror link, or for that matter, importantly, have they been linked to any particular group. That is going to be the most crucial aspect right now. That's the reason why special cell has been brought in. I'm given to understand that forensic teams have actually also been brought inside the Parliament, for instance, to carry forward whether at all there is any evidence that they can gather from the investigation that has been carried out. Stepping at a short break. On the other side, news and updates continue.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value. And that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per 1,000 population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural market. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months, it will take you 18 months.
Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in from outside the parliament. As you can see, you do have the forensic team which had entered a short while back. Getting you the latest visuals of the forensic team leaving from the parliament right now. They do seem to be carrying a pouch. Cannot really verify at this point in time what is it that they have been able to recover from inside the parliament. It is important to point out here that the forensic team was immediately brought in to look at whether at all there is any evidence that can be gathered, because remember there was 2 metal canisters that were actually used and yellow smoke that was billowing out immediately after the can was opened. Right now, as you can see, these are the images coming in of the forensic team who are actually leaving from the spot right now. We did actually see them carrying a pouch with about carrying a yellow element. We're not very sure what exactly is it, but on your screens right now you have the forensic team leaving from here. If we can put out the breaking news right now, the forensic team has actually left from the parliament right now after carrying out the investigation. So that's the latest now coming in from the parliament as the investigation is also basically underway. In fact, we are given to understand that those intruders have been taken to the Parliament Street police station. There you have right now the forensic team actually leaving from the Parliament Street here. This is where the investigation is still being carried out. So that's the latest now coming in. You've had the forensic team leaving from here. A short while back, they had basically come in looking into various aspects. Right now, it's important to find out, one, in terms of what was actually used. All that we can tell you right now is that there were 2 metal canisters that were brought in. They were basically, they were hidden inside the shoe is what we are being told. They're also looking at right now the antecedents of those intruders, because remember a total of 4 people have been detained so far. 2 people, what we are given to understand, two of them who had actually entered. That's one of them who had basically entered the well, and then you also have the other person who had opened the can from the visitors gallery. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, news and updates continue, getting you the latest update from outside the Parliament Street.
Do you whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural market. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months, it will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
एक बजे जब ये खबर आई कि अंदर लोग गए, आप उस समय मौजूद थे, क्या आपने देखा वो पहले बताइए।
12:54, 12 किसी घड़ी में 55 मिनट थे, जहां हम अपना लिखत पढ़त कर रहे थे। दौड़म जैसी आवाज आई, मुझे लगा कोई गिर गया ऊपर से दर्शक दीर्घा से, तो देखा तो दूसरा कूद रहा था। तो जैसे ही उसको दूसरे कूदते हुए देखा, पहले वाला उठ के भागा, पहली जंप, दूसरी जंप, तीसरी लाइन को जंप कर रहा था। उधर से हम उठ के भागे, उधर से बेनीवाल उठ के भागा, और उसको जाके जब पकड़ने कोई थे तो उसने जूता निकाला और जूता निकाल के जूते में से कोई चीज़ निकाली, उसमें से गैस से धुआं निकला, पीला पीला और नीला नीला, और वहाँ उसकी फिर पिटाई करी और फिर सिक्योरिटी वाले आगे उठा करके लेके गए।
ऊपर से ये कहा जा रहा था कि विजिटर गैलरी पे भी कोई मौजूद था उस वक्त जब, और एक वहाँ से मेटल कैन खोला गया था, क्या आपने वो देखा भी?
वो दूसरे कूदता हुआ देखा दूसरे वाला, और जब वो निकाल रहा था जब, तो हम तो पकड़ ही रहे थे, जब बिल्कुल एकदम नज़दीक, कुछ ही इंचज का फासला था पकड़ने में, जैसे ही उसने जूता निकाला एकदम, और जूते में से कोई चीज़ उसने पकड़ने में उसने रिएक्ट उतना नहीं करा जितना उसने उस जूते में से निकाली उसी चीज़ को खोलने पे कर रहा था। हाँ, वक्त पकड़ने के बाद लात वात हाथ पात उसने खूब मारे फिर, पर पिटाई तो उसकी उस समय खूब।
मतलब साहब, उसने जब आपने उसको घेरा तो उसके बाद उसने कुछ कहने की कोशिश कर रहा था?
वो उस समय तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह का दो एक बार आवाज़ सी आई, बस को पहले वाला बोला या वो बोला। उस समय तो आप और हम तो बात कर रहे हैं, उस समय तो ये दिख रहा था मौत सामने खड़ी है। पिछली बार 13 दिसंबर को तो संसद के बाहर रह गए थे, आज तो संसद के अंदर आ गए। इन पे वेपन होंगे, कुछ बेसिक इंस्टिंक्ट, कुछ डर, कुछ ये कि इनकी ऐसी की तैसी जा करके, इसलिए एकदम दबोचा और पकड़ा उसको।
तकरीबन कितना समय लगा मार्शल्स को आने में और उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी को आने की?
सेकंडों का ही काम था, मिनट का ही मुश्किल से काम था बस एकदम।
आप लोगों ने सिर्फ अंदर में 2 जन को देखा, बाहर में जो थे उनके बारे में कुछ आइडिया? कुछ और भी 2
नहीं देखा, अंदर 2 कूदे और एक को पकड़ा और दूसरे वाला शायद उठ नहीं पाया, और फिर जब वो सिक्योरिटी वालों ने दोनों को पकड़े, फिर दोनों पिटते हुए, सिक्योरिटी वाले पीट रहे थे, खूब देखा और तलाशी भी ली। उसमें कुछ सागर नाम एक का ID कार्ड।
और कितने सांसद मौजूद होंगे उस समय जिस रो पे वो कूद के पहुंचे?
मेरे हिसाब से उस समय पार्लियामेंट में आधे के करीब होंगे, 200 के आसपास सांसद होंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मलुक जी बात करने के लिए। That was the BSP parliamentarian Maluk Nagar who was present there. So just a quick recap of what is it that the BSP parliamentarian had to say. Along with Maluk Nagar, we are also given to understand BJP parliamentarian Manoj Kotak was also present. Now Maluk Nagar is simply going by the eyewitness account right now. He says that there were 2 people who had actually jumped in and they were actually carrying a canister inside their boots. So if it's in the boots, that's where we are given to understand he was carrying it. I'm being told that there is sloganeering that's taking place inside the Rajya Sabha. Let's cut into it.
Don't make like our Kerala universities. What is happening here, both in central and in state, it's all politicizing. So students are going out. Students are going to different universities in different part of the world. There is continuing.
Well, there's sloganeering that's going on inside the Rajya Sabha. We've already heard opposition parliamentarians raising question about the security breach that has actually taken place. And this happens on the day when it's the anniversary of the parliament attack, the dastardly parliament attack that had taken place. And let's not forget, that was an attack that perhaps shook the conscience of the nation. And that is the reason why on the very day, incident of this nature, it perhaps could be just miscreants who had entered, but the fact of the matter is that even if they do not have any terror links, the question here is about the security breach. And remember, this is the very place from where the entrance actually takes place. This is the entry point, and for any visitor that they go through, remember there is a metal detector that you see, that's the metal detector, and any person who wants to enter the parliament with a valid permit would actually be going through here. This is not the very place where the passes are actually issued. It's inside the very building that my camera person is showing you. Once you actually enter through this particular premise, you would actually encounter a reception, and that's where the information is actually provided. Now, the information is provided to the receptionist from the parliamentarian's office that so-and-so visitor would be coming in. The details, the credentials, which also include the Aadhaar card, all those details are provided to the reception, and thereafter the permit, or rather the pass is actually, the visitor's pass is provided. For your better understanding, viewers, when these passes are actually issued, they cannot actually carry. I'm told that someone else, so let's just see what's really happening there right now. Let's just get a quick check of what's happening. There you have it. You have the forensic team now coming in. Forensic experts have also come in, and they're taking in all the devices which are necessary to carry out the investigation. What you see right now on your screens, these are forensic officers who are entering. You've had already one forensic team leaving from here. They were actually carrying a pouch. We're not very sure what were the contents of the pouch that was carried out from the parliament. Right now, another team of the forensics have actually entered. They would be carrying out their investigation. investigation right now. Important to point out here, 2 counts that we are looking at. One, what the BSP parliamentarian, the first eyewitness, had to say. And right now, as the investigation progresses, you have the forensic team carrying out the further investigation. So what is it that they would be looking at? One, the items that were basically carried by the intruders. That's one aspect that's going to be probed. The second is whether at all any item that was actually used by them, what was the nature of the item, the metal canister that was opened up inside the parliament, that is also going to be probed by the forensic team. There you have the forensic team once again. That's the Delhi police team that's leaving right now from the spot as we speak right now. These are the latest details. You have the Delhi police crime team which has actually entered here. Let's see if we can get in a quick word from him as we're getting in the latest visuals from them. They're trying to leave from here, but remember there is a large gathering of you have news persons coming in. Now what you see right now, this is the box that has been, the sample that has been taken is what we are being told by the forensics team. It still gets you the latest details right now as you see these images that are coming in. The team trying to take out this whatever evidence that they've been able to gather from inside the parliament, and that basically continues right now. The process is still underway. It's going to be important to see if any clues, if any clue that can they get from the forensic examination that is essentially being done. You have the Delhi Police's forensics team. This is the van of the Delhi Police's forensic that has been brought in. They're taking all the material that they could have actually gathered. It's important for them to find out who exactly is behind it, whether at all there is any terror link or not. So far, remember what they are essentially indicating right now, there's no terror link that has emerged. They're looking at whether at all there is any association these intruders do have with any particular organization. They're looking into the antecedents of those who are behind it. They've been able to identify the fact that they hail from the state of Karnataka. That is the reason why you do have Karnataka police being roped in by the Delhi police at this stage. This is being seen as a major security breach, primarily given the fact that you do have them carrying these metal canisters. Let's see if we can give you a closer look. So what we are showing you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the forensic investigation van that has been brought in by the Delhi Police Special Cell as well as the Delhi Police, and we're getting you these latest images as they carry on with the investigation right at the spot. They had come in roughly around 1:30 this afternoon is when the investigation was being carried out. What's important to highlight here is the very fact that you do have at least 4 intruders making their way through what is considered to be a fortified area in the national capital. And let's not forget, this also comes on a day when the parliament was attacked by Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, and that attack is something that no one has ever forgotten. On the very day, whatever would be the scale of this attack or this intrusion that has actually taken place, it would certainly unnerve the security agencies at this point in time. And I'm just going to quickly try and make all our viewers understand what's really happening, what's the procedure that is followed. Viewers, we are just right outside. We have outside the old Parliament building, but the entrance is from here. What you see on your screens right now, this is the very point from where the entrance actually takes place of the visitors to. You do have a reception right inside, so it is not at this point or at this juncture where the passes are basically issued. It is issued inside. The moment that they enter, it is only after a parliamentarian who has given the consent and his office has been able to inform the reception. That's the time when the passes are issued. But this is the place from where the security check is also done, and once the pass is actually issued, there is another entry point. I'll just try and show it to you, because these are the process that even we journalists have to follow when you're actually entering the parliament, because you have to go through a proper check. A body check is actually done at this very point, and remember, this is the very place where everything has to be deposited. You cannot carry any mobile phone, any electronic device cannot be. So this is, once you enter from here, remember, as you can see right now, the proper check is actually done right at this very point itself, where electronic devices have to be handed over. One. Secondly, you cannot carry any other item, even if you have any metal item that is attached to your shoes, you do have to open for any security check. We'll just try and see if there are some more reactions that are now coming in. Let's see if we can get a quick check of what's really happening. You do have the police coming in right now.
जानकारी मिली है। अभी मैं जाकर के चेक कर रहा हूँ, हमारी टीम यहाँ पे लगी है, मैं अभी चेक करके फिर
तिवारी जी, आपको क्या लग रहा है कि जिस तरह से स्मोक क्रैकर की बात कही जा रही है,
ये जब तक हमारा वहाँ पे हजमत व्हीकल है उसने डिटेक्ट नहीं किया, मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ।
2 घंटे से ज्यादा समय हो गया बाहर में और अंदर में।
जी मैं अभी जस्ट पहुँच रहा हूँ, अभी मैं चेक करके आपको
आपकी टीम पहले भी है?
हमारी टीम यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड है, हमारी पूरी टीम है, यहाँ पे डॉक्टर भी हैं और सारे इक्विपमेंट और हजमत व्हीकल भी है।
लेकिन तिवारी जी, हम लोग भी यहाँ सालों से कवर कर रहे हैं पार्लियामेंट। आपके एनडीआरएफ की टीम यहाँ पर
वो बजाबता
उन्होंने क्या जानकारी दी आपको?
जो ये पता चला, वो बजाबता पास बना करके दर्शक दीर्घा में बैठे थे, वहां से जंप लगा, इतनी ही सूचना है। बाकी सूचना में जो पता चलेगा आपको इंटीमेट करता हूं।
आपको लग रहा है कि स्मोक क्रैकर ही है या इसके पीछे और कुछ भी है?
अभी तक तो स्मोक क्रैकर का ही पता चल रहा है, लेकिन जो पता चलेगा हम टेक्निकल उसको चेक करके बताते हैं।
हम लोगों ने देखा काफी धुआं हुआ था।
जी 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 जी।
इससे कोई हानि भी होती है? क्या होता है आपको? इससे क्या नुकसान हो सकता था?
धुएं से सांस लेने में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो सकती है, लेकिन बाकी चेक करेंगे क्या उसका वॉल्यूम था, क्या उसकी इंटेंसिटी थी, ये चेक करके बता पाएंगे। थैंक यू।
There you have the NDRF actually giving you a preliminary assessment of what's really happened. They were essentially saying that the smoke that came out from using those metal canisters essentially leads to some amount of breathing problems, I believe. As I understand, that leads to some sort of a breathing issue. But you do have the police right now going inside you. They would be getting you the latest detail. Let's just quickly once again try and hear in from what the NDRF has to say.
हमारी टेक्निकल टीम उसमें काम करे, हमारी टीम यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड है, तो जो भी सूचना मिलेगी हम आपको इंटीमेट करेंगे।
फोरेंसिक टीम आए?
नहीं, फोरेंसिक नहीं, हमारा एनडीआरएफ का, हमारा जो केमिकल, बायोलॉजिकल, न्यूक्लियर कोई उससे रिलेटेड होगा तो हम पता कर सकते हैं। हमारे पास है।
सर, ये मेटल कैनिस्टर की प्रिलिमिनरी असेसमेंट,
ये अभी कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, जब तक उसका चेक नहीं कर लेने के बाद ही हम कुछ बता सकते हैं। और भी एक्सपर्ट हैं जो उसमें काम में लगे होंगे।
कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं ये फंक्शंस में यूज करेगा, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं कैनिस्टर।
अब बोलने के लिए क्या, उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी, हमारी टीम एनडीआरएफ की लगी है, मैं उनसे पहले समझ तो लूँ। मैं गाजियाबाद हेडक्वार्टर से आ रहा हूँ, तो हमें इसके अलावा कोई जानकारी नहीं, उससे ज्यादा जानकारी आपके पास अभी है। एक बार हम चेक
कौन सिफारिश किया, ऐसा कुछ समाचार है सर? कौन सिफारिश किया इसका?
नहीं, अभी जा करके हम देखेंगे तभी बता पाएंगे।
आप अंदर होकर आ गए?
नहीं, अभी जस्ट मैं आ ही रहा हूँ
सर। बहुत देर हो गई आप लोगों को आने में, क्योंकि
हमारी टीम यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी है।
नीरज, हाँ ये रहा।
हम तो हेडक्वार्टर में, मैं कमांडेंट हूँ, वहाँ से मैं देखने आया हूँ, अपनी टीम से मिलने के लिए आया हूँ।
इतना ही एक जानकारी दीजिए कि प्रक्रिया विशेष क्या रहेगी? अगर
प्रक्रिया विशेष देखेंगे वहाँ पे जा करके, क्या हमारी जो हजमत है या जो हैंड डिटेक्टर्स हैं उसके इस्तेमाल से हमारी टीम ने पता लगा। अभी कुछ पता नहीं चला है, लेकिन और कुछ होता है तो हम आपको
कलर सा निकला था अंदर भी और बाहर भी।
जी जी जी,
कुछ ऐसे कलर बॉम्ब होते हैं।
अभी हमें पता करने देंगे तभी तो बता पाएंगे आपको।
Thank you so much. There you have the assessment that has been given by the NDRF as they enter. They're just quickly taking through some of the details that we know so far. So we'll try and recap this. First, coming in from the eyewitness in this matter, VSP parliamentarian Maluk Nagar, with whom we spoke a short while back. He says that he saw at least 2 intruders. In fact, one of them jumped from the visitors gallery, then moved towards, leaped through at least 2 desks where the parliamentarians were sitting. Roughly about 24 of parliamentarians who were present when this intrusion actually took place, and the fact that you've had them jumping off, and then you have another intruder at the visitors gallery. So at both levels, remember, they're looking at the security breach of how exactly did they manage to carry those canisters inside their shoes is what being looked at. And secondly, whether at all they belong to any particular organization or not. These are some of the aspects that are being looked into. What's the nature of the canister that was actually used? Was it dangerous, given the fact that the NDRF here is saying that it basically leads to some breathing issues? But again, with the caveat that comes in, because right now the forensic team is still examining the matter. You do have the forensic investigations van being brought in. They've been able to collect some of the items that were dropped on the floor of the parliament. That has been collected, and the investigation continues as we speak. So this matter is still being investigated. Right now, all that we know is that the intruders have been questioned at the Parliament Street Police Station. There's a multi-agency probe that is basically underway. You do have the Intelligence Bureau also that has been brought in. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Piyush Ori, who is joining us from outside the Parliament Street Police Station, getting us the latest details. Piyush, I'm given to understand that 4 people have been detained. They have been questioned. What are you picking up right now from your sources within the Delhi Police?
So you rightly mentioned, Shravan. I think you've mentioned everything comprehensively, but let me just add on to what you just said. There have been 4 persons who have been detained, and these 4 persons have been identified as Amol and Neelam. Now, these people were detained from outside Parliament Police Station, while Amol is one from Maharashtra, Neelam is from Haryana. They were found to be bursting these crackers outside the parliament, and they were detained from there, and subsequently they were taken over here at the Parliament Street Police Station, the visuals of which are being presented to you by my video journalist Vijay Surendra Rawatji. There were also 2 persons that were detained from within the parliament, identified as Manoranjan and Sagar. Now, how this case has been so complicated, how there are several layers that have been attached to this case, can be gauged from the fact that Manoranjan has been identified to be coming from Karnataka. In fact, what we've been told by the sources over here in Delhi Police is that he is believed to be from Mysuru, Karnataka. In fact, the bite of his father has also come in, which has been circulating. So, what exactly was the real motive of these 4 people to do this kind of mischievous act is being probed. In fact, what we've been told is that as what our sources mentioned, is that there may be some grievances that may be shared at least on the side of Amol and Neelam as far as the unemployment among youth is concerned. And in order to make their grievances, in order to make their angst felt, they did this mischievous act. However, this is still under investigation, that how a person from Maharashtra and how a person from Haryana came together and did this mischievous act. And mind you, it is not only these 2, but there are also 2 people who were detained inside the parliament, the questioning of which is still going inside. You rightly mentioned, and you also showed the visuals over there of how the forensics team, which has been there from the National Forensic Science University Ahmedabad, had come in to find out about what kind of equipment and luggage that was being used by these people. And over here at the Parliament Police Station also, there was this vehicle which had come in. In fact, not only the crime forensic team, but also the officials of the elite Delhi Police Special Team had come in. Just some time back, a very senior Delhi Police official had come over here from the special cell in order to probe and interrogate this entire matter. I would just end by saying that this case, though right now nothing has been confirmed, but the terrorist angle in this has also been looked into, because, mind you, on December 13, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu from Sikh of Justice had said that he might try to create some mischievous act, taking into consideration that there were attempts that were made on him of assassinating him. So, is he involved in this act? All this is being investigated. So while I speak to you, the investigation is still going on, and a lot now needs to be come out by the Delhi Police. Back to the studio.
Well, in fact, it would be very premature at this point in time to make any insinuations as to who exactly is really behind it, because the investigation is still underway. Remember, there have been multiple threats that have been issued by various groups that have basically seen the whip that has been cracked by the central agencies. So you do have some of the Khalistani groups that are under the scanner. But having said that, right now, the Delhi police maintains that their focus is to basically look into the antecedents of the intruders. One. Secondly, whether at all anyone has, apart from the 4 who have been detained, were they basically involved in this breach or not? Because it's quite surprising that you do have metal canisters put inside the shoe and they are able to cross these metal detectors. and whether at all these metal detectors were operational at that point in time, whether there was a short of sight on this entire matter. All of this is going to be looked into right now, because remember, the very fact that you do have foreign objects making it through this entire four layers of security is of a major concern, and it is the reason. This is the reason why right now you have the top level Delhi police officers all sitting together and perhaps looking into every minute detail of the investigation that is being carried out. As we speak, you already have a forensic team which has been stationed here. I'll just quickly tell my camera person to show you those images now coming in of the forensic investigation vans that have been brought in. In fact, the moment anything is gathered from inside the parliament, that is basically secured inside this van, and the forensic examination is going to be of greater concern at this point in time, because remember, they're going to look at the nature of the item that was actually used inside those metal canisters, which are open, which resulted in a yellow smoke billowing out from that particular can. And the second aspect that is also being looked into is whether at all, apart from the metal canisters, were other items also carried out. In fact, if you go by the eyewitness account, there was a sloganeering that was done by the intruder. The moment he was caught, he was nabbed by the parliamentarians there, and thereafter the marshals came in. You did have the other police officials, the security that was present inside the parliament also coming in. Right now, just to give you a quick update of what's really happening, we've seen the NDRF team also coming in. You've had top officials of the NDRF entering from here. You've had Delhi police officers who have gone in. In terms of the multi-agency probe that is being spoken about, we are given to understand that this involves even the Intelligence Bureau. At least 3-member Intelligence Bureau team has actually reached the Parliament Street police station, where the investigation still is being carried out. These are the latest details we're getting in. We are also being told right now from a reporter inside the Parliament, Harsha, who says that the visitor pass would be cancelled right now, because remember, there was an elaborate process that was put into place, but despite that, there appears to be a preliminary security breach. We'll try and see if we can go to her in a short while from now, getting you the latest details. Let me also quickly go back to our reporter at the Parliament Street, Piyush Ori, getting us the latest details. Piyush, in terms of the breach that Delhi police is talking about, could you help us understand, one, there was a 4-layer security check that was put into place here at the Parliament. Despite that, you've had foreign objects entering the Parliament, and that was happening despite the kind of checks that were put into place. What is it that you're picking up from your sources from Delhi police in terms of the lapses that have taken place?
In fact, what I'll do is I'll just make you have a word with the president. Sir, एक चीज़ बताइए ज़रा, ये बहुत ही बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच हुआ है, तो इतना मुझे बताइए कि इसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
नहीं, हम लोग खुद वहाँ पे, मैं आई विटनेस हूँ. आई वॉज देयर इन द गैलरी ऑल्सो एट दैट टाइम. पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीडिंग्स वर ऑन, और वो देखते देखते अचानक से एक बंदा उठा, मेरे सामने वाले चेयर में से अचानक से उसने कूदी मार दी, और फिर वो पार्लियामेंट के बेंचेस के ऊपर से भागने लगा. उसके पैरों में वाइट जूते थे. उसका एक दोस्त ऊपर बैठा था, उसका साथी भी उसके वो रेलिंग के साथ लटका हुआ, फिर वो भी कूद गया. और फिर वो बाहर जाते उसने, हमको लगा कि किसी की तरफ जूता फेंक के मारने वाला है, लेकिन उसने जूते से कुछ तो निकाला जिससे येलो कलर का स्मोक आने लगा, और सारा पार्लियामेंट वहाँ से आहत.
एक चीज़ मेरे को बताइए ज़रा सर, पहले तो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, महाराष्ट्र के मतलब मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, सबसे पहले तो सर ये आपसे मुझे पूछना चाहता हूँ, एंड दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज यू आर गोइंग लाइव ऑन दिस थिंग. सर, हाउ कैन दिस सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच बी टेकन इनटू कंसीडर, बिकॉज देयर इज लॉट ऑफ सिक्योरिटी protocol which is being followed. How was this person allowed to come inside first of all in the first place? And with you saying that there was metal canister inside, hidden in this size, it's true, this is also a major security breach. You feel that in a way, to some extent, there has been some breach as far as there has been some lackadaisical approach that has been adopted by the security system over there in Parliament?
There is a standard protocol of searching people and examining them. Every screening is done thoroughly. I think there are 5 layers of securities which have been followed throughout the system. Whenever any visitor visits the parliament, rather than the parliamentarians, everybody, even the staff, also has to go through this security exercise.
So you being a member of parliament, how can this security breach have taken place?
So I'm ultimately trying to understand myself, because everything is under radar and everything is monitored so well. Even if you are in the observers gallery, in a visitors gallery, you cannot put your feet above another. इतना उन लोग देखते हैं, फिर भी हाउ दिस हैपेंड इज अबव माई अंडरस्टैंडिंग. This happened within fractions of seconds. He was sitting there and he jumped out of the gallery. So anybody can jump, that I can understand, because it's a 15-feet gallery. If anybody decides sitting in the gallery that I have to jump now, they can, because that height is manageable.
But he's chanting some slogans inside the parliament, and I would just like to end it because there are other reporters also who would like to.
Yes, he was screaming something, but we could not hear. Because
was he chanting in Kannada?
No, God knows, because he was screaming something which everything went chaos after that. Parliament got stagnant and everybody was approaching that fellow and other parliamentarians grabbed him.
Sir, you're a member of parliament from Maharashtra. Can I just tell you, sir, can I just know from which
Yes.
member?
I am member of parliament from Maharashtra, Kolhapur, Hatkarangli constituency, Shiv Sena.
Sir, unfortunately, there's also been a person who's been detained who is from Maharashtra. So what do you have to say about this? Because a person has been identified as Amol from Maharashtra. He's been detained. So what do you have to say about Maharashtra Commission also now coming in this unfortunate incident?
The agencies have to look into it, exactly who are the people and what was their motive exactly to do this. They can be from any part of India, and if this new information is coming up that he is from Maharashtra also, so we have to understand what exactly is in this boys and girls' mind if this happened.
Thank you so much for giving me time. So here you can see that how eyewitness over here just gave an account of what actually happened. You rightly mentioned, Shravan, there are a lot of questions down that needs to be answered as far as the security issue is concerned. How actually was this person allowed to come inside with a metal canister being hidden inside the shoe is something which now needs to be questioned, and something which is now being probed by the Delhi police, not only by the Delhi police but other intelligence agencies as well. Back to you in the studio.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above.
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon around 1 o'clock, a massive security breach took place inside the parliament in the national capital. In fact, we are reporting outside the parliament. This happened when 4 intruders who have now been detained by the Delhi police, 2 of them managed to enter the parliament. In fact, it turns out that one of them jumped inside the well of the Lok Sabha and the other was present at the visitors gallery. 2 others were present outside the parliament when they were trying to burst crackers. And what happened inside the parliament is a matter of grave concern, given the fact that one of them managed to jump on the desk of the parliamentarians, leapfrogged and opened a metal canister, resulting in a yellow smoke billowing out from that metal canister. In fact, this is the very location from where the intruders actually entered after securing a pass from a BJP parliamentarian. It turns out that these intruders did actually have the permission, and they entered from the visitors entry point here. Right now, 4 of them are being detained and being questioned by a multi-agency. They're looking at, one, the association of these intruders to any particular group. Right now, there hasn't been any official word really coming in from the Delhi police. We're looking into all aspects, whether at all they're looking at any association of a particular group, or for that matter, any terror group. These are aspects that are still being probed. You do have furious parliamentarians who are now stepping out of the parliament saying that this is a massive security breach. This happens on a day when India has not forgotten that dastardly attack that took place inside the parliament on this very day. And that is why this assumes even more significance, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, without fear-mongering on this entire matter, we do not know as to where do these intruders really belong to. Whether at all they belong to any particular organization, that is not known at this point in time. Their antecedents are still being probed by the Delhi police and the other agencies who are basically involved. Let me quickly also go back to my colleagues who are getting us minute by minute update of what's really happening at the Parliament Street police station where the intruders have been taken to. And Harsha, my colleague who was present when this incident took place. Harsha, I want to come to you first with regards to what is it that you picked up from speaking to all the parliamentarians. In fact, I also spoke to one of the eyewitness BSP parliamentarian Maluk Nagar, who did actually narrate what exactly happened. But thereafter, you've spoken to many others. First, in a nutshell, help us understand what really happened at 1 o'clock this afternoon inside the parliament when you were also present.
also got to know that the Lok Sabha proceeding was already going on, and Hanuman Beniwal, it was the Hanuman Beniwal's turn, the RLP leader's turn during the question hour, during the 0 hour to raise the question. And suddenly what happened from the visitor gallery, two intruders, they jumped from the visitor gallery, they came down at the end of the chair where Ranjita Ranjan was sitting, and continuously they were crossing one and the other row. And that was the time when all the MPs, the few MPs, mostly 5 to 6 members of parliament like Maluk Nagar, Hanuman Beniwal, Danish Ali and the others who caught a hold of this intruder, all the MPs stopped this intruder going towards the well, and suddenly there was a canister here. He took out smoke canister from his shoes, which he was hiding under his shoes. And after that smoke canister came out, the yellow fumes could clearly be seen inside Lok Sabha. And the parliamentarians have been continuously raising this question that this is a huge security breach because of the visitor gallery. If you look into the visitor gallery in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, it's too low to the sitting where members of parliament are already sitting. The attack could be, the entire thing could be prevented because of the member of parliament. They got hold of this intruder, and suddenly the marshal inside Lok Sabha were also few in numbers. They were only 3 or 4 in number, and that was the reason why all the MP had have to come in the picture. They have to prevent the intruder going towards the well, because Rajendra Agrawal, BJP MP, Deputy Speaker, that time was on the chair, and he kind of ran from there because the leaders were very scared what could happen, because it is also the anniversary of 2001 parliament attack, and they didn't knew from where these intruders came. Later on, they got to know that BJP MP Pratap Singh, they were his guests, and almost 4 were present inside Lok Sabha in that visitor gallery. 2 were sitting in the visitor gallery, and they were continuously motivating these 2 guys, Sagar and one more, to go towards the well, and they were also sloganeering, "Ye nahi chalega, तानाशाही nahi chalegi," and he was continuously crossing one and the other route. But there were member of parliament from G. Kishan Reddy to Maluk Nagar to Hanuman Beniwal to Danish Ali to the other leaders who stopped him. They prevented him from going towards the well. Now we know that inside parliament right now, I am here, Shravan, and inside parliament, Sanjay Arora, Delhi Police Commissioner, and also CRPF DG, both have been called inside parliament. The meeting is happening with the Lok Sabha speaker right now inside parliament. And also we have got to know that at 4 o'clock, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla will be meeting the members of all the party. Also, this issue was raised by opposition leaders in the Rajya Sabha, and after that, Rajya Sabha got adjourned for the day amid the ruckus of the security, because leaders have continuously been asking that there's a huge security breach and something concrete should be done. And Shravan, we already know that from Makar Dwar, any visitor, if he or she has a pass, any visitor could easily enter from the Makar Dwar. Although the PA, PS and the media is not allowed to enter from the Makar Dwar. So it's very easy for any visitor to go inside the parliament, go towards the visitor gallery. In fact, at the entrance of gate number 1, from where you are reporting Transport Bhavan, or the Makar Dwar, there is no metal detector. The bags are thoroughly checked, but the metal detector and the entire body is not checked. And that was the reason why that guy easily bought smoke canister, hiding it under his shoes, and that was the reason the fumes, the yellow fumes could clearly be seen, which got out from the smoke canister inside Lok Sabha. And this is a security breach, and therefore we have got to know that Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla will also be cancelling the visitors pass, and visitors pass will be banned from tomorrow onwards. And that is the reason why all the leaders of the party, of the opposition party, have also been called by Lok Sabha at 4, the Lok Sabha Speaker at 4 o'clock to further tell them and brief them about the security and how the marshal will also be exceeded from tomorrow onwards inside Lok Sabha, because it's a huge concern if we talk about the security entering from gate number 1 till Makar Dwar and going inside visitor gallery, and the intruders, the way they were sloganeering and jumping from one route to another, and in mid of that the visuals which came of the smoke canister. Back to you.
Well, that was my colleague Harsha, who is also present inside the parliament, taking you through the of what really transpired around 1 o'clock this afternoon inside the parliament. This is being considered as a major security breach, as you have 4 intruders, 2 of them managing to enter inside the parliament. Let me also go across to my colleague Piyush Ori, who's joining us from outside the Parliament Street police station. In fact, Piyush, that's where those who have been detained taken to. multi-agency probe is being carried out. Do we know their association? Have they been associated with any particular group that has been under the scanner of the Delhi police? We're not going to make any conclusions on the basis of the threats that have been coming in, that have been reported by the Delhi police, but anything official coming in from the Delhi police as far as the association of these intruders are concerned.
Well, what I can tell you, Shravan, is that as of now, the official statement that has come from the Delhi police is that those two people who have been detained from outside have been identified as Amol, who belongs from Maharashtra, and Neelam from Haryana. Now, these two people have been detained and they have been right now being questioned under the of the Delhi police officials, not only the district Delhi police officials, but also special Delhi police officials over here at Parliament Street police station. Now, with a lot of official confirmation still being coming in, let me just have a word with some of the eyewitnesses over here. आपका नाम क्या है और आपने कल आज क्या देखा?
मेरा नाम समीर धनकवड़े है। मैं धैर्यशील दादा माने उनके साथ मैं इधर संसद में हमारे फैमिली के साथ देखने आए थे, तभी वो भी हमारे साथ संसद अपना गैलरी में थे, 4 नंबर की गैलरी में थे। हमारे से 2 लेन आगे वो हमारे बेटे थे।
आपने क्या देखा पार्लियामेंट में? आपने देखा कि एक इंसान आके मतलब नारे लगा रहा है और मतलब हाँ, हमने
वो हमारे आगे थे, 2 लेन आगे थे, और उन्होंने डायरेक्ट एक बंदे साइड से जंप मारा नीचे, और उसके बाद दूसरे बंदे ने पोल के नीचे भागा। पहला जो बंदा जाता
तो 2 बंदे थे
या 2 बंदे थे, और पहला जो बंदा था वो डायरेक्टली बेंच पे भागते भागते स्पीकर की तरफ जा रहा था, तभी कुछ संसद
स्पीकर की बॉल के तरफ जा रहा था
या हाँ,
लेकिन उसको पकड़ लिया गया।
संसद ने पकड़ा, फिर उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी आई, और सिक्योरिटी आने के बाद हम इतना पैनिक हो गए कि हमें कुछ सुना ही नहीं दिया। हम उधर से गैलरी से तुरंत भाग के गए थे, क्योंकि हमारे साथ छोटे बच्चे थे, सब फैमिली मेंबर्स थे ना, इसकी वजह से हम भाग के नहीं गए।
And Manoranjan, who were detained inside Parliament, and right now the questioning of which is still being done inside the Parliament. So yes, this is indeed a massive security breach. This how the security breach was allowed to take place. This also at a time when he will try to create some mischief during the time of December 13. At this time, how was this security breach allowed to happen? This is all now going to be investigated. This is all going to be under the purview of investigation. Police is that 2 persons, especially those that have been detained from outside, have been named. They have been, the antecedents are, however, still now being probed. It is still now going to be given further. But those 2 who have been detained from inside, namely Sagar, and Manoranjan, have not been, their information, their antecedents have not been given to us officially, because the investigation is still going on. There is a lot of complications that are involved in this process, because not only have these people belong to Maharashtra, but they are also from Karnataka. So a lot of investigation, a lot of probe is being taken place. But as you rightly mentioned, as what has been also mentioned very comprehensively by my colleague Harsha, how were these people allowed to breach such a massive security protocol is something now that will also be investigated. Back to you in the studio.
Well, in fact, that's Piyush Ori getting us the latest details from outside the Parliament Street police station, where the intruders have been taken to. But before I go across, my colleague Harsha once again, who's reporting from inside the Parliament, let me just give you a quick check of what we know so far. Now, as you can see right now, this is the area where you do have the forensic experts who have been brought in. Remember, they're basically looking into what could have actually happened. These are the details as the examination continues right now of the items that were actually used. I'll just show you right now the Delhi Police crime team who's present at the spot right now as the investigation basically continues. You do have the forensic team which has actually gone inside. Let's just close in right now and show you the items that are being taken. Let's just zoom into the pouch that is being kept inside right now, the forensic, the box that you see that has been brought out by the forensic team. They're collecting every item that can be collected from the floor of the Parliament. They're recreating some parts of it, of how exactly the movement of the intruders actually began. It's going to be important to just quickly go through the entire movement of the intruders from the very time that the pass was actually given to the very fact that two of them managed to enter, they actually entered the parliament from Makar Dohar, as our reporter was pointing out. We'll stay with these images now coming in as the Delhi police actually is trying to perhaps look at all the possible routes or possible items that were basically carried with them, because all that we know right now is that metal canisters were actually used by the intruders, and the moment they jumped from the visitors gallery and was making that they leaped through multiple desks where the parliamentarians were actually present. What was actually happening is that they were nabbed by at least two of the parliamentarians. One happens to be BSP parliamentarian Maluk Nagar. The other happens to be BJP parliamentarian Manoj Kotak, with whom we spoke a short while back. And they say that the moment they were nabbed by them, one of the intruders started sloganeering and thereafter did actually bend down and opened a metal canister which was kept inside the shoe. And the moment they did that, some sort of a yellow smoke started billowing out of the metal can, which is something that the forensic team is still probing. The NDRF says that the smoke that was billowing out could have actually resulted in some breathing problems for the parliamentarians. So we do not know what's the nature of the item that was actually used by the intruders that is being inspected by the probe team right now. You do have the forensic team basically carrying out the entire process right now. This, however, is just an assessment that they are doing right now in terms of the movement that has taken place. How did they actually enter? What are the items that they have actually carried? Because it turns out the latest development that is also coming in is with regards to the fact that my colleague Harsha is getting us the latest details in terms of the investigation that has been carried on. Before I go across to Harsha, I'll just quickly take you through some of the developments that have taken place. While we stay full frame with these images that are now coming in, let's just quickly take you through the details that with regards to two of the intruders who entered. They say right now from the preliminary investigation is details of the parliament security breach. Neelam and Anmol were not carrying the mobile phones. They were not carrying any bags or identity proofs. Both have refused their association with any organization. Now, let's just quickly take a look at, I'll just take you through the details. Harsha, while we stay with these latest... Now you do have the forensic team. Sorry. You do have the forensic team right now getting you a preliminary assessment of what's really happened inside right now, showing the moment they actually jumped in from the visitors gallery and thereafter did actually manage to jump about a couple of meters, and that's where they were first nabbed, and thereafter the marshals and the security personnel took them outside and handed them over to the parliamentary security force, and they were thereafter taken to the Parliament Street police station where the investigation has actually begun. Right now they're looking into the association of the intruders. So far they haven't made any revelation with regards to whether at all they belong to any particular group. All that we know, the two states that have been identified, one is Karnataka and the other happens to be Maharashtra, where they belong to. But as I was also mentioning, that this happens on the day when the parliament attack took place. These are the images. I'll just quickly show you. This is the very image. This is the very place where the parliament attack took place back in 2001. That is still fresh in the memory of every Indian. Let's not forget this happened on 13th of December. Today happens to be the very day when another attack that has taken place security breach, if I may say so, because right now we do not know any association that these intruders have with any particular organization or, for that matter, any particular group. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague Harsha, who's reporting from inside the Parliament, getting us the latest details. Harsha, we did actually see the forensic team coming here and taking us through some of the details as to what really happened inside the Parliament. But could you just walk us through the details you picked up from the parliamentarians? What is it that they had to say? Anything that you're picking up?
So right now, Shravan, what we have got to know is that in another 10 or 15 minutes, the meeting inside Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla's office will start, where all the leader of the houses from all the opposition parties, from Congress, RJD, JDU, Samajwadi Party, BSP, all will be there, and a discussion will take place with the Speaker of Lok Sabha, with the Speaker Om Birla, along with the party, the leader of the house of all the opposition parties, where they will be keeping the concern regarding the security breach, because we saw the visual. I was there at that time, Shravan, when this entire incident happened. All the member of parliament, they rushed outside. They came outside Lok Sabha. There were few inside who had caught the intruders. There were four of them. Two were sitting in the visitor gallery. Two were there trying to jump from one row to another, trying to reach the well towards Rajendra Agrawal. And as soon as this incident happened, Shravan, Rajendra Agrawal soon rushed to the office of the Speaker Om Birla and informed him, briefed him about the entire incident. And after that, immediately the Commissioner of Delhi, Sanjay Arora, and the DG CRPF both were called by the Lok Sabha Speaker's office. And right now, both of them are still inside Parliament. Meeting is continuing. Meeting is taking place in the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla's office. And in 10 minutes, the meeting with the political party leaders will also commence, because this is a very serious issue. Because the member of parliamentarians are continuously stating that if it would have been some different sort of smoke, because we don't know, it could be something poisonous also, but that level of something didn't happen, but it was still a huge security breach. The marshal were not present inside. There were only two marshal inside, and right now the entire Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha area from where the member of parliamentarians enter, though that area has been cleared off and no visitor right now is allowed. In fact, the visitors who were inside the parliament from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock, or who were still there inside the parliament in the visitor gallery, the entire visitor gallery now is cleared, and we know that from tomorrow no visitor will be allowed. And this order has come straight from the office of Speaker, where he clearly mentions that no visitor will be allowed from tomorrow. In fact, Shravan, there are multiple members of parliament who were continuously stating while speaking to us that from tomorrow onwards they are also not going to sign visitor, because there are multiple members of parliament who don't know exactly what sort of visitors are coming inside. Their signatures are being used, or they are giving to one Karyakarta. He's calling on behalf of that member of parliament different people from the constituency. So who could be behind it? That's a matter of concern, and detailed investigation will take place. We have also got to know that SIT is going to probe this entire incident, and that is the reason the security forces, the heads have been called in the office of the Lok Sabha Speaker, and we know that there were almost 7 to 8 members of parliament, Shravan, who prevented the attack, who prevented something more dangerous which could happen, because the intruder, who is Sagar, and basically he is from Lucknow, which is what Danish Ali and Maluk Nagar informed us, that this guy was from Lucknow. This intruder was from Lucknow, who tried to jump from one row to another, trying to reach the well, and the attack was prevented by the member of parliament. There were 8 members of parliament, but something more serious could happen. So this is a matter of concern, and they're continuously stating that this parliament is a parliament where the sitting arrangements are very different as we talk about the old parliament. So right now you're watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us for a short break. On the other side of the break, we'll show you more updates from what's happening inside Parliament and outside Parliament, because the intruders, the infiltration clearly happened inside Parliament. The DG, CRPF and the Delhi Commissioner also inside Parliament. Stay tuned with us for a short break. We'll be right back after a short break.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value. And that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take
Unidentified man storms into Lok Sabha during proceedings from visitors' gallery. Four detained after security breach in Parliament. Police say interrogation underway. Sources suggest police probing terror link to Parliament security breach. Delhi Police Commissioner, Head of Security, CRPF DG holds meet with Home Secretary. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla says security breach won't deter the spirit of the House. Government calls for all-party meeting today after security breach in Parliament premises.
उपस्थित हैं, निवेदन है कि कृपया नवनियुक्त मुख्यमंत्री को पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण कराएं।
मैं विष्णु देव साय ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं विष्णु देव साय ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से ससूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
महोदय, नवनियुक्त उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री अरुण साव अपने पद तथा गोपनीयता
और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को और क्या क्या सुधार हो सकता है उसकी भी सभी दलों के नेताओं के सुझाव पर उस सुरक्षा को पुख्ता की जाएगी और इस संबंध में सभी दल के नेताओं से चर्चा करने के लिए मैंने आज 4 बजे बैठक बुलाई है और हम सब एक साथ इस मत के हैं कि इस देश की सुरक्षा की जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। देश ने देखा है और आगे भी हम देश हित राष्ट्र हित में इसी तरीके से अपने दायित्व और कर्तव्यों को निभाते रहेंगे। सदन की कार्रवाई, सभा की कार्रवाई गुरुवार दिनांक 14 सितंबर 2023 को 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, we just saw the Speaker of Lok Sabha, and the Lok Sabha has been adjourned now because there is going to be an all-party meeting after the massive security breach in the Parliament. That is what Om Birla, the Speaker of the House, was saying. The Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 11 a.m. on 14th of December. That is still tomorrow. It will resume from 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. What we know is that high security meeting is taking place. That is what Om Birla says. And he says that he has called for an all-party meeting at 4 p.m. So that is the latest update we're getting in right now. Om Birla also said that he thanks all the parliamentarians who came forward and helped in saving the fellow parliamentarians. So this is a big attack, of course, what we are speaking. He was also speaking on, of course, the 2001 parliament attack as well before this. Before he stopped speaking, and the Lok Sabha was adjourned. Right now on your screens, viewers, to the right of your screens, you can see those people who have been detained. There are a lot of information that is coming out as far as their identity or their links are concerned, but we will, of course, tell you what is the latest and only what is confirmed. Viewers, we do know that there is help that is being sought by multiple agencies. Right now, what we know is that Delhi police is also in contact with Maharashtra police, with Karnataka police, and also with Haryana agencies and authorities in Haryana for ascertaining and investigating the background of the people who have been detained. In total, 4 people have been detained up until now, and this is a major security breach coming in on the 22nd anniversary of the parliament attack that happened in 2001. Now, this happened during the 0 hour today. In the parliament, 2 men, both carrying smoke canisters that was emitting yellow smoke, jumped from the visitors gallery, ran into the Lok Sabha chamber, and footage from the house's CCTV system, as we are showing you on the left of your screens right now. It shows one man wearing a dark blue shirt leaping across the desks to evade being captured. Also, while the second one was in the visitors gallery spraying smoke. So there are 2 individuals who have broken into the Lok Sabha chamber. One is spraying that smoke, that yellow smoke. One is there jumping across those benches. And both men were overpowered by MPs. In fact, there are many dramatic visuals that have come in. He was, in fact, caught hold of and thrashed by those parliamentarians. Both men were overpowered by those MPs, and the security staff also, of course, came in, rushed in. Delhi Police Special Cell has also been roped in here. Delhi Police Commissioner is set to hold a meeting also with the head of parliamentary staff and the Home Secretary for a briefing on this. Police is also investigating if at all there is a terror angle in this case. As I was telling you earlier, 4 people have been detained so far. They are being interrogated. They are being quizzed by the police. Forensic team was also in the parliament just a while back, and the area has been marked. There is section 144 outside Prime Minister's residence, after Amit Shah's residence, after Mallikarjun Kharge residence also. And there are multiple updates that we are getting in right now. There are multiple reactions also that we have from the parliament itself, people who, parliamentarians who have in fact witnessed what did really happen.
आखिरकार पूरा मामला क्या था, आप मौजूद थे अंदर?
देखिए, जो जहाँ पे हम लोगों की सीट है वहाँ के ऊपर से बहुत धड़ाम देसी की आवाज आई, तो हमें लगा कोई गिर गया, तो उधर देखा तो एक और कूदा है, और जैसे ही वहाँ से उनकी तरफ देख रहे तो जहां से निकलते हैं या जहां से भाग सकते थे वहां कर नहीं आए, सीट के ऊपर से जंप जैसे तीसरी बार जंप मारा तो हम 6-7 एमपी भागे, तो उन्हें जूता निकाला, तो हम हल्का सा झटका सा लगा कि भाई क्या निकाल रहा है, तो पर उसको फिर पकड़ लिया आगे से हनुमान बेनीवाल ने। पीछे
कौन से 3-4 एमपी थे जिन्होंने पकड़ा इंट्रूडर?
हनुमान बेनीवाल तो सामने से और साइड से मैंने पकड़ा पीछे से उसे, 2 का तो मुझे है, पर 6-7 5-6 और आगे थे, और उसकी जब पिटाई शुरू करी, पर उधर हम उसको पीट रहे थे और उधर से गैस और धुआं निकलना शुरू हुआ, और वो पूरे में गैस धुआं पूरे में हो गया, कोई मुंह ढक करके वहां से लोग फिर बाहर भागने शुरू हुए। फिर सिक्योरिटी वाले आ गए और उन्हें लेके गए, सिक्योरिटी वालों ने पिटाई बहुत की, 2 थे।
तो
मल्लू जी एक और बात बताइए, कितने थे कुल, कितने इंट्रूडर्स पहुंचे थे अंदर? अचानक से पहुंचे थे या किसी सांसद के गेस्ट थे? आए कहां से थे, कुछ अब तक पता चला?
जो बाद में सिक्योरिटी वाले पीट रहे थे, जब उनकी तलाशी लेके निकाला तो किसी साउथ के किसी एमपी का तो बनाया हुआ पास था, और सागर एक का नाम था उसमें से, और जो बाद में देखा।
और कोई नारेबाजी लगा रहे थे वो अंदर?
हाँ, शुरू में कि तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह से कुछ बोल रहे थे।
तो आप लोग को समझ में आया कि आखिर किसी पर्टिकुलर संगठन से वो लोग थे या फिर अचानक से आए हुए थे? किसी संगठन का पता चला क्या अभी तक?
हर्षा, उस समय तो ये थी कि आज मर गए हैं, मारते मारते इन्हें जितना पीट सकते हो पीटो, या कोई और हथियार ना निकाले तो इन्हें पकड़ो। इसके अलावा उस समय दिमाग में कुछ आ नहीं रहा था। ये पूछने की बात, जानने की बात तो अब टेलीविजन पे आपके सामने हम ठीक ठाक खड़े हैं इसलिए बात हो रही है। उस समय तो दिमाग ही नहीं काम कर रहा, सिर्फ ये कि गड़बड़ हो गई और ये इन पे कुछ है तो पकड़ लो, ताकि वेपन ना चला पाए। ये
मल्लू जी, उस वक्त कितने सारे मंत्री अंदर मौजूद थे, कुछ आइडिया? क्योंकि लोकसभा की प्रोसीडिंग चल रही है।
ये प्रोसीडिंग्स में उसमें जो कंसर्न, जो 0 आवर में जो लोक महत्व के जो मुद्दे होते हैं, तो कंसर्न मिनिस्टर से जो होते हैं तो आकर के बैठ जाते हैं, जाते रहते हैं, आते रहते हैं। वैष्णवी बैठे हुए थे, राजनाथ जी बैठे हुए थे। राजनाथ जी साथ थोड़ी देर पहले चले गए, और कई मिनिस्टर बैठे हुए थे, और सारे एमपी अंदर थे। सब लोग अपने अपने चीजों को रेज कर रहे थे, इशूज को पूछ रहे थे। 0 आवर चल रहा था।
मल्लू जी, आज संसद के हमले की एनिवर्सरी भी है, आपको लगता है कोई जानबूझ के डेलिबरेट अटेम्प्ट ये पहले से प्लान किया रहा होगा?
ये तो 100% क्लियर है कि पूरी प्री प्लान्ड तरीके से है, क्योंकि तारीख मैच कर रही है, क्योंकि कूदना दर्शाता है, फिर दूसरे का कूदना दर्शाता है, फिर जहां चल सकते थे उधर को भागना, सीट के ऊपर कर जंप कर रहे थे, उन्हें प्रशिक्षण भी दिया गया है। और जैसे ही जूता उसने निकाला है, और जूता जो निकाला है, जूता निकालने के बाद जो उसने पिन खोली, क्या खोला है, उसके बाद जो गैस और जो धुआं पूरा निकला है, उससे साफ दिखता है कि पूरी प्री प्लानिंग के तहत वो आए थे, तारीख भी चुन करके, और कुछ ना कुछ वो करना चाहते थे और भी ज्यादा।
All right, my colleague Shravan Sen is joining us live from Ground Zero outside the Parliament. Shravan, of course, we're getting several reactions also, and the visuals, of course, are really dramatic. Delhi SIT is set to probe the security breach. The special cell has been roped in, and now the detainees have also entered without ID proofs. This is a big lead that we're getting in.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, just a quick breaking news that I would like to just put this out with regards to the antecedents of the 4 intruders. It turns out that 4 of them, 2 who were inside the parliament and 2 who were outside the parliament, appear to be connected. However, they come from different states, but it turns out that there is a connection which is now being probed by the Delhi police. As we speak, the probe is underway at the Parliament Street police station, which is barely about 500 meters away from where we are reporting at this point in time. A little more than 500 meters, I stand corrected. But just a quick check of what we know so far. This incident happened roughly around 1 o'clock this afternoon inside the parliament, when 2 of the intruders managed to go through this particular security check. And despite the security check, what they managed to take along with them was a foreign object, a metal canister that they took along with them. The moment the session actually began, one of the intruders jumped at least 2 to 3 desks where the parliamentarians were sitting. The moment one of them was actually nabbed, he immediately bent down, took out the metal canister and thereafter ticked it off. And this yellow smoke started billowing out. Thereafter, we are given to understand another intruder who was present at the visitors gallery. He too opened the metal canister. Remember, they have been able to get all the details with regards to the metal canisters that were actually used. Some of the items were basically taken out by the forensic team, have now been placed inside the forensic investigation van, which is behind me. But a quick check in terms of how did they manage to enter, what is the procedure that is put into place. Now, I'll just step aside and give you a closer look. This is the entryway for the visitors. In fact, the passes are issued right inside behind that red brick wall that you see. Behind that you have the reception. That's where the passes are actually issued. The passes are given to the visitors on the basis of recommendations that are made by the parliamentarians. In this particular case, BJP parliamentarian Pratap Simha, who is from Karnataka, it is he who had issued his office, who had issued the pass. We haven't really heard from the parliamentarian's office as of now as to on what basis was these passes given. Most of the times, remember, it is the parliamentarians who actually give it to their constituency members so that they can come and get a glimpse of the parliament, which happens to be a completely fortified area. There is a 4-layer security that is put into place. Now, if you can see just behind me, you do have the paramilitary which is outside. There is multiple levels of checks that are actually done. As you can see, you would have the visitors also now coming out. A lot of them, visitors as well as some of the parliamentarians do actually come out from here. But as you can see, these are the checks that have been put into place. It's a little dark right now inside, so you may not be able to get a clear glimpse of what happens inside. But once you are issued that particular pass, thereafter, you do have to deposit all electronic devices. Even mobile phones are not allowed. Forget about mobile phones, even a pen or a paper, or for that matter, any stationery item, none of which is actually allowed to be taken inside. It is all that you have to deposit here when you are actually entering. But in this particular case, there is a clear security breach because you do have a foreign object that was hidden inside the shoe, and it was taken right inside the parliament. There was an attempt that was made by the intruder to actually enter the well of the Lok Sabha when the proceedings were underway. That is the reason why this is being considered as a major security breach. And also, let's not forget, this happens on the day when India has actually not forgotten the dastardly attack that took place on 13th of December 2001 when a terrorist attack took place. Jaish-e-Mohammed was behind the attack that actually took place, and that is the reason why on the very day, is there any link to that is something that Delhi police and the other agencies are also probing at this point in time. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague Piyush Ori, who is joining us from outside the Parliament Street Police Station. That's where the intruders have been taken. They're being investigated. They're being probed by the Delhi police and the other agencies involved. Piyush, as I understand, there is a connection which is now emerging amongst the four of them. What is it that you are picking up from your sources within the Delhi police?
So as what we've been told by the sources in Delhi police, and this is just a source-based information because right now the investigation is still going on in this matter, Shravan, that the 4 people who have been detained in this matter, namely Amol from Latur, Maharashtra, Neelam from Haryana, Sagar from the location, the state of which has still not been told, and Manoranjan from Mysuru, Karnataka, were in touch with and they knew each other. In fact, what we've also been told is that they got in touch through social media network, by which they wanted to make sure that at least their objective of creating this mischief in Parliament should have taken place. So now the probe is being taken place that how these 4 people got to know each other more comprehensively, how they came to Delhi, how were they in touch with the Member of Parliament who is still being questioned, the past from which they came inside the Parliament. All this is right now under the purview of investigation. Having said that, there is still no official confirmation from the Delhi police of the 2 people that have been detained inside the Parliament police station, namely Sagar and Manoranjan, as what we have been told. However, as what we have been told from the eyewitnesses over here in the Parliament as well, especially from the Member of Parliament of Maharashtra, who we had a word with, that the intention, it seems, of the people who were detained inside the Parliament definitely seemed to have been much more than just creating a mischief. In fact, when they were caught and then beaten by the Member of Parliamentarians, he wanted to storm into the well of the Speaker. So yes, with metal canister being hidden inside his shoe, it is to be probed by the Delhi police of what actually the real intentions were. The official statement, however, that has been given by the Delhi police so far is that 2 persons, especially those who have been detained from outside, have been identified as Neelam, 42, who belongs from Rohtak, Haryana, and Amol, who belongs from Latur, Maharashtra. And thereby, again, as I said, it becomes very important to note that how these 4 people who belong from different states came to know each other and how actually they were able to, in a way, carry out this mischief in Parliament at a very significant day today with so successfully at such a. Having said, back to you.
Piyush, for getting us the latest details. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us from inside the Parliament. Viewers, our colleague Harsha was actually present inside the Parliament when this breach took place. You had two of the intruders present inside the Lok Sabha. They entered through the Makar Dwar is what we are picking up, and thereafter when the proceedings actually began, one of them jumped inside the well of the house and he was nabbed by the parliamentarians. In fact, we've also accessed that very moment when they made that jump and opened the metal canister. There is a connection that is emerging right now amongst the four individuals who have been identified. They've been nabbed by the police. They belonged to the state of Karnataka. That is the reason why Karnataka police has also been roped in. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Prajwal, who's joining us on this broadcast, getting us the latest details. Prajwal, what is it that you could bring us up to speed with regards to their association? Because I believe that one of the intruders' father, Manoranjan's father, has spoken to our sister channel Republic Kannada. He says that he had absolutely no idea. All that he knows that he frequently travels to the national capital. What is it that you can tell our viewers? Bring us up to speed.
Shravan, as of now, we are getting in information from the Mysuru cops stating that the Delhi cops are yet to go ahead and approach the Mysuru police. But considering the fact that this was a high-profile case, they've already gone to the house of one of the miscreants who has been identified as Manoranjan, which is in Vijayanagar second stage. And now more information coming about Manoranjan, stating that he was a graduate from, he was an engineering graduate from the Vivekananda College, and he's aged 35 years old as well. And his father is Devraj too, and once Republic Kannada had spoken to Devraj, he clearly stated that his son had absolutely no sort of ill intentions. But at the same point of time now, the cops are also going through the records, his education, qualification too, and what is the sort of connect that he has. And from what we get to understand from sources in the police department, it is being understood that Manoranjan knew Anmol as well. So this sort of link has been established by the Mysuru police. So they are collecting all this information, and also a team of cops are now in constant touch with the Delhi police, giving them all the information about Manoranjan and also his graduation as well. They are also looking into his antecedents, whether he had any sort of criminal case, whether he was involved in any other unlawful activities or had taken part in any protests which was against the interests of the nation too. So looking at all of this, they are also going ahead and trying to establish whether they had any relationship, and the Mysuru police is also looking into the fact whether the three other miscreants had also visited Karnataka at any point of time, and they are also inquiring the same with Manoranjan's parents as well at this point of time. And an investigation is currently underway in Vijayanagar second stage in Mysuru, where a team of cops who are headed by senior police officials in the police department of Karnataka, where they are inquiring the parents of Manoranjan.
Well, Prachur, just a quick question before I let you go with regards to the fact that whether at all there is any association with any particular group. So far, they aren't ruling out any possibilities. However, there is absolutely no word whether at all they belong to any terror organization. So we're not jumping the guns right now because there is no official word really coming in from the police. But do they belong to any social group? Because there was some sort of a sloganeering that was done by one of the intruders who jumped inside the well of the Lok Sabha. And the moment he was nabbed, he did actually start sloganeering. He was talking, he perhaps spoke about the fact of rising unemployment. That's the speculation that is now doing the round. So I would want you to perhaps help us understand whether at all there is any association to any particular group.
At this point of time, Shravan, there has been no sort of association with any sort of group, but the cause is something which is yet to be ascertained, because the father, Mr. Devraj, who had gone ahead and spoken to senior officials in the police department, had gone ahead and stated that Manoranjan always stood up for the poor and needy, and he also stood up for people who were downtrodden by the government as well. And he always used to raise his voice in this particular regard, and he was also unhappy with some of the developments which had been happening, but these developments has not been briefed by his father. So it is only only the cause, and he also used to take part in several protest marches as well, and he used to always frequent the national capital as well as Bengaluru too, and also attend many sort of protest marches at the Freedom Park in Bengaluru is what they are stating, and these are source-based information at this point of time, and the cops are also now going ahead and ascertaining this, but at this point of time no sort of connection with any sort of group is being established now by the police in Karnataka, Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Prajwal, as you get us the latest details. Let me just also quickly take our viewers through some of the developments that took place through the day. In fact, you do have the forensic investigation team, which is present here. Behind me is the forensic investigation van that has been brought in. But here, if you just clearly take a look at it, these were certain diagrams that were, being drawn by the forensic team a short while back, roughly trying to recreate what really happened inside, because what we saw a short while back is the forensic team taking certain pouches, and these pouches had certain items which were inside. We do not know what items were recovered from inside the floor of the parliament, and more importantly, what exactly does those canisters really have. Those are elements that are being probed by the forensic investigation team. I'm given to understand that Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadha, who spoke a short while back, let's listen in.
कि कैसे कोई शख्स विजिटर गैलरी तक पहुंच सकता है और साथ में अपने साथ स्मोक कैन, गैस कैन लेके पहुंच सकता है, क्योंकि जब तक आप विजिटर गैलरी में पहुंचते हैं आप 3-4 लेयर ऑफ सिक्योरिटी को क्रॉस करते हैं, आपकी पूरी चेकिंग होती है, फ्रिस्किंग होती है, यहां तक कि आप अपना मोबाइल फोन तक वहां नहीं ले जा सकते। तो ये शख्स विजिटर गैलरी तक अपना ये स्मोक कैन लेकर कैसे पहुंचा? दूसरा, कौन से वो माननीय सांसद थे जिन्होंने उन्हें विजिटर पास पर अपने हस्ताक्षर कर जाने की अनुमति दी? कोई भी शख्स विजिटर गैलरी में नहीं पहुंच सकता जब तक एक सिटिंग मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट अपने हस्ताक्षर से उनका पास नहीं बनवाते। तो वो कौन से मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट थे? उन पर क्या कार्रवाई की जाएगी? क्या उन पर पर्चा कराकर उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा? उनकी सदस्यता रद्द करी जाएगी? क्या कार्रवाई पार्लियामेंट में होगी? ये देखने का विषय, एक सवाल बड़ा हमारे जहन में खड़ा होता है। तीसरा बड़ा सवाल, जबकि हम जानते थे कि 2001 में आज ही के दिन हमला हुआ और आज उसकी एक मैं कहूं बरसी थी, और सुबह हमने फ्लोरल ट्रिब्यूट देकर उन वीर जवानों को श्रद्धांजलि भी दी। आज के दिन कम से कम सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल्स और दुरुस्त होने चाहिए थे, लेकिन दुरुस्त होने की बजाय आज ही के दिन इतना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच हम सबकी आंखों के सामने हो गया। अगर इस देश में संसद सुरक्षित नहीं है, पार्लियामेंट सुरक्षित नहीं है, तो फिर क्या सुरक्षित है? देश का कौन सा कोना सुरक्षित है? और अगर भाजपा सदन को सुरक्षित नहीं रख सकती तो देश को क्या सुरक्षित रखेगी?
आपको लगता है कि सुरक्षा में सबसे बड़ी
आप एक बात तो ये जान लीजिए।
थैंक यू। यू हैव दी एक्चुअली क्या हुआ बोलेगा? गुबार उठा है तो एक बार जाके चेक करेंगे। हमारी टेक्निकल टीम उसमें काम करे, हमारी टीम यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड है, तो जो भी सूचना मिलेगी हम आपको इंटीमेट करेंगे।
फोरेंसिक टीम आए?
नहीं, फोरेंसिक नहीं, हमारा एनडीआरएफ का, हमारा जो केमिकल, बायोलॉजिकल, न्यूक्लियर कोई उससे रिलेटेड होगा तो हम पता कर सकते हैं। हमारे पास ये अभी कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, जब तक उसका चेक नहीं कर लेने के बाद ही हम कुछ बता सकते हैं। और भी एक्सपर्ट हैं जो उसमें काम में लगे होंगे।
कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं फंक्शंस में यूज करेगा, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं।
अब बोलने के लिए क्या, उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी नहीं। हमारी टीम एनडीआरएफ की लगी है, मैं उनसे पहले समझ तो लूं। मैं गाजियाबाद हेडक्वार्टर से आ रहा हूं, तो हमें इसके अलावा कोई जानकारी नहीं। उससे ज्यादा जानकारी आपके पास अभी है, एक बार हम चेक
कौन सिफारिश किया, ऐसा कुछ समाचार है सर? कौन सिफारिश किया इसका?
नहीं, अभी जाकर के हम देखेंगे तभी बता पाएंगे। थैंक यू। नहीं, अभी जस्ट मैं आ ही रहा हूँ। थैंक यू।
देर हो गई आप लोगों को आने में?
नहीं, हमारी टीम यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी है।
Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we bring you minute-to-minute update on the Parliament security breach. 4 persons have been detained in this attack, but what was the real motive of them carrying out this attack? Stay tuned to the Republic Media Network as we see you on the other side of the break.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell.
Unidentified man storms into Lok Sabha during proceedings from the visitors' gallery. Four detained after security breach in Parliament. Police say interrogation underway. Sources suggest police probing terror linked to parliament security breach. Delhi Police Commissioner, Head of Security and CRPF DG hold meet with the Home Secretary. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla says security breach will not deter the spirit of the House. The government calls for all-party meeting after security breach in the parliament premises. So those tuning in, viewers, let us tell you that there has been a major security breach reported during the 0 hour in the parliament in the Lok Sabha. 2 men, both carrying smoke canisters emitting yellow smoke, jumped from the visitors gallery, ran into the Lok Sabha chamber. 4 people in total have been detained, and right now what we know is that the all-party meeting is currently underway at Speaker Om Birla's office in the parliament. And there have been demands, of course, put out by the opposition leaders also, by opposition MPs also, with regard to security. Suspects entered parliament without identification proofs, identity proofs. That is the big update we're getting in. Also, what we know is that there are some updates that are coming in as far as what is going to be allowed from here on. There are updates coming in as to the entry passes for the visitors gallery will be stopped with immediate effect without any further notice. And also there are entry passes for PAs of all MPs and former MPs that will be revoked with immediate effect.
लोकसभा में आप लोग उस वक्त मौजूद थे, प्रोसीडिंग चल रही थी, तो वहाँ पे कुछ 2 लोग कूद गए, वेल की तरफ जाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, अचानक से येलो रंग के स्मोक कैनिस्टर्स भी निकलते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। आखिर पूरा मामला क्या था?
यही था कि 2 लोग कूदे, उन्होंने डिस्टर्ब करने की कोशिश की और उनको पकड़ लिया, सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने पकड़ लिया। वो कोशिश कर रहे थे दौड़ने की आगे की तरफ, परंतु उनको दबोच लिया गया और अब उनसे पूछताछ होगी, तभी जो क्या इसका कारण था, कौन लोग थे, किसी संगठन से जुड़े हुए थे, क्या था, ये सब तभी जांच से ही पता चले।
था क्या वो अचानक से कूदे या फिर आप लोग को लग रहा कि कोई गिर गया?
कूदे, वहां से शुरू में जरूर लगा होगा कोई गिर गया है शायद, तो हम चिंतित भी हो, लेकिन तभी वो दूसरा भी कूदा तो इतनी देर में सब अलर्ट हो गए थे।
नारेबाजी भी हो रही थी।
मुझे ऐसा कुछ स्मरण नहीं है, मतलब मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया ऐसा। हो सकता है कोई छोटे-छोटे नारे, लेकिन उनको दबोच लिया गया था। ये 1 सेकंड्स के अंदर सारा काम हो गया
अचानक से। लेकिन वहाँ पे धुआं भी पीले रंग का धुआं,
वो उसके बाद उनको पकड़ लिया गया। अब जांच से ही स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी।
सर, स्पीकर इस मामले पर संज्ञान लेंगे?
जरूर लेंगे ही वो।
दानिश अली इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। दानिश जी, पूरा मामला क्या हुआ, अचानक से कैसे इंट्रूडर्स पहुंच गए और क्या डेलिबरेटली प्लानिंग के तहत, क्योंकि आज दिन भी वही चुना है जो संसद पे हमले की तारीख थी, हुआ क्या था?
अब ये तो सरकार को बताना है, सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी को, कि इतना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स कैसे हुआ। आज ही के दिन हमारे संसद भवन पर आतंकवादियों का हमला हुआ था और आज ही के दिन 21 साल बाद जो है चैम्बर के अंदर पहुंच गए लोग। बोले ये इतना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स। जो पकड़ाए गए हैं उसमें से एक को तो मैंने खुद जो है सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर्स के साथ उनके साथ पकड़ा है। उसकी जब तलाशी ली तो उसमें से जो है जो पास निकला है उसका एक का नाम सागर शर्मा है और वो हमारे मैसूर के माननीय सांसद प्रताप सिम्हा जी के जो है गेस्ट के रूप में आया था।
एक और बात सर, वहाँ पे स्मोक कैनिस्टर्स का इस्तेमाल किया गया, नारेबाजी भी लगाई जा रही थी कोई?
हाँ, वो कुछ ऐसा नारा कर रहे थे कि काला कानून क्या पता नहीं, वो जो नया आईपीसी अमेंडमेंट है उसका पता, ये सब इन्वेस्टिगेशन का मामला है। वी डोंट नो, बट द थिंग इज कि आज ही के दिन 21 साल पहले संसद पर हमला हुआ था और आज ऐसे लोग चैम्बर के अंदर पहुंच गए। ये बड़ा सवाल है।
बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का मामला है।
बहुत बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का मामला है। सिक्योरिटी, यहाँ की अंदर की सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी हमारी सेनाओं की नहीं है।
दानिश अली पूरे मामले पर। हर्षद संधवानी फॉर रिपब्लिक टीवी।
My colleague Piyush Ore is joining us live on the broadcast from the Parliament Street police station. The interrogation is underway, we understand. What are you picking up on the investigation? What we know so far is that the accused knew each other, the suspects were connected, and they entered without ID proofs. Also, the metal canister was hidden inside the shoe. What is the latest you're getting in right now?
So, Rakshita, what I can just tell you is that the two persons who have been detained inside the parliament have been identified as Sagar Sharma, who belongs from Lucknow, and Manoranjan, who belongs from Mysuru, Karnataka. Now, the real motive of this is still being ascertained by the Delhi police. However, some very stunning revelations have come forward that how they got into the parliament and broke that security protocol through the help of them knowing a member of parliament who right now is being questioned. Having said that, there are also some very stunning revelations of coming to fore that how these four people, namely Sagar, Manoranjan, Amol from Maharashtra and Neelam from Haryana, knew in a way through each other, and they got in touch through each other through a social media network. It has also now been revealed that how Neelam, the 42-year-old person from Haryana who has been detained and right now is at the police station, the visuals of which is being given to you by my video journalist Vijay Anil Sharma ji, is was someone who was affiliated with the farmer protests. So all these now some revelations are coming forward, and the investigators are trying to connect the dots that what actually was the real motive of them trying to carry out this act. It is a significant day because on this day, on December 13, 2001, we knew that how terrorists that were belonging from Jaish-e-Mohammed had come and attacked the parliament, and this is actually a very solemn moment. In fact, taking into consideration of this specific day, Gurpratwan Singh Pannu, a designated terrorist, had also said that he will also try to create a mischief. Now, it is going to be an insinuation from our part of saying that this is a kind of activity which is affiliated to the terrorist network. We can't say that because the probe in this matter is going on. But one thing is for certain, that there has been a security breach, and despite a very massive security protocol, these four people in a way had breached it. As mentioned, the two persons who have been detained inside the parliament have been identified as Sagar Sharma, who belongs from Lucknow, and Manoranjan, who belongs from Karnataka, and the probe of them is being done inside the parliament. But the main question now is that what indeed was the real motive of them carrying out this act of mischief inside the parliament, and thereby creating a massive security breach. Back to you in the studio.
All right, what are you picking up as far as the investigation is concerned, since the SIT has been also roped in? Delhi Commissioner of Police Sanjay Arora was in the Parliament holding meeting with the Home Secretary as well, along with the Parliament security head, the head of security for Parliament also. There was a forensic team had also visited the spot, and they have investigated and taken whatever they could pick up as far as the proof is concerned and the leads are concerned. So what are you understanding from the investigation, that the high-level meeting that just took place between the Home Secretary and the top cops?
Well, what I can tell you, Rakshita, is that taking into consideration of this massive security breach, it is now not only the Delhi police officials, however, but also several other officials of the Intelligence Bureau and several other investigative agencies that have been roped into it to find out that why this security breach at the first place was allowed to take place. And also now it is important to mention that what actually was the real reason of these four people having carried out this act. Mind you, this is a massive security breach, and this also comes at a day when actually the security should have been in its place. December 13, 2001 is something which we all have not forgotten, and how coincident and how ironic it can be that on this day these four protesters these so-called four protesters tried to make a statement by doing this act. Now, what indeed was the motive is something to be identified. In fact, what we've also been told by the sources is that when they were in a way expressed satisfaction in saying that they had achieved their motive. what actually was their motive. Did they want to...
all right, we're getting in reactions from MPs also. Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant joins us on the phone line for more. Mr. Sawant, this is of course a massive security breach and the investigation is underway. What is your take and what is your account of this incident?
It is very serious offense. I mean, you can't imagine. Even on the example you are quoting, that the anniversary on the day of anniversary of the attack, worst anniversary you can say, where our soldiers and security have sacrificed their life to protect our parliament on the 13th December 2001. On the very day these guys are attacking, they are coming inside. Even after that attack, they could not enter into our parliament. Here it is the other way. They are entered into the parliament. They entered into the house. The smoke was, they have emanated. Some source was there with them. What was that? I don't know. What sort of chip they were carrying. And then that was the source. The smoke has come inside the parliament. Had that smoke been hazardous or a poisonous one, what would have happened? Therefore, it is a serious lapse. Serious lapse. Hello.
Sir,
Hello.
can you describe to us what did you witness? Yes, sir. So can you just describe to us what did you witness there and what was the scenario like after that man had intruded and started jumping off those, leaping off those tables?
What happened? I was there in the parliament and sitting beside Dr. Ashwini ji and Mandviya ji. And I was discussing some other issues. 0 hours business was going on. Shashi Tharoor was placing his demand during that 0 hour. And suddenly, as I was talking with them, then my views in my side, the visitors gallery was in my side. I saw a boy stood. Then I thought the time must be over, he must be going. And then suddenly he jumped and hung to the bar over there. And then jumped down. After jumping down, he went on jumping on the benches. By that time, the member of parliaments came to know. They stood up and they gheraved him, in fact. And that is the gheraving. He then jumped into the passage. In the passage, he removed his shoes. There must be something in his shoes. After catching hold of that person, I was on the floor of the passage. Suddenly the gas came out. The smoke has come out. The yellow color smoke was there. And then we felt very shocking about it. And it was very shocking that some smoke was coming. Had that smoke been the poisonous one, what would have happened? And that's a serious, very serious lapse on the part of security. Being a custodian of the house, the Honorable Speaker is bound to take react on it. He may take action also. But then Home Department is a serious thing. It has to take a cognizance by Home Department, and Home Department must make a statement on this lapse on the part of security.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Arvind Sawant, for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts and your sharing your experience of what really happened there. Of course, it's a massive security breach there, viewers. But we are stepping into a very, very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you a full detail of this incident that has happened. Investigation is underway and all the minute-by-minute developments that are coming in only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank.
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow fivefold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow fivefold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging?
Folds in Madhya Pradesh as Mohan Yadav ascends to the position of Chief Minister. The crowd erupts in cheers and chants of Modi, Modi. Amidst the grandeur of the oath-taking ceremony, bigwigs of the BJP come together. As the state ushers in a new era under Mohan Yadav's leadership, the presence of the BJP's big brass serves as a testament to the collective drive toward progress. Along with Mohan Yadav, the Deputy CM of MP, Jagdish Devra and Rajendra Shukla also took oath. Madhya Pradesh embarks on a transformative journey guided by a leader and party committed to the state's prosperity. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back, we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue.
Pressed ahead with an offensive against Gaza's Hamas rulers that it says could go on for weeks or months. Children were among the injured arriving at the Nasser hospital in the southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis. Emergency workers and medics attended to those being brought in after an Israeli strike, with some being treated on the hospital floor. That happened as ambulances continued to arrive and bring in injured people. But later in the day, the UN General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to demand a humanitarian ceasefire in a strong demonstration of global support for ending the Israel-Hamas war. The vote also shows the growing isolation of the United States and Israel. General Assembly resolutions are not legally binding, but the Assembly's messages are important barometers of world opinion. Agency report, Republic TV.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
Unidentified man storms into Lok Sabha during proceedings from visitors' gallery. Pandemonium inside Lok Sabha. Unidentified men enter inside the parliament and create pandemonium with a smoke pop. Four detained after security breach inside the parliament. Police say an interrogation underway. Sources suggest police probing terror linked to parliament security breach. Delhi Police Commissioner, Head of Security and CRPF DG holds meet with Home Secretary. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla says security breach won't deter the spirit of the House. Government calls for all-party meeting today after security breach in the parliament premises. The meeting is going on. Welcome friends, this is 5 p.m. live and breaking. A major security breach was reported during 0 hour in Parliament after two men, both carrying smoke canisters emitting yellow smoke, jumped from the visitors gallery and ran into the Lok Sabha chamber. Footage from the House's CCTV system showed one man wearing a dark blue shirt leaping across desks to evade capture, while the second was in the visitors gallery spraying smoke. Both men were overpowered by MPs and security staff. Meanwhile, Delhi Police Special Cell has been roped in and Delhi Police Commissioner is set to hold a meeting shortly with the head of Parliamentary Staff and Home Secretary. Even as police is also investigating if there is a terror angle in the case, 4 have been detained so far and are being quizzed. 2 of them who were inside the Parliament were quizzed separately. Then the other 2 who were involved in protests and similar smoke with the use of similar smoke canisters outside the Parliament. Now the 4 are being questioned together. Let's look at some of the reactions from inside the Parliament of those MPs who were there in the House.
आप लोग उस वक्त मौजूद थे, प्रोसीडिंग चल रही थी, तो वहाँ पे कुछ 2 लोग कूद गए, वेल की तरफ जाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। अचानक से येलो रंग के स्मोक कैनिस्टर्स भी निकलते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। आखिर पूरा मामला क्या था?
भाई यही था कि 2 लोग कूदे, उन्होंने डिस्टर्ब करने की कोशिश की और उनको पकड़ लिया गया। सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने पकड़ लिया। वो कोशिश कर रहे थे दौड़ने की आगे की तरफ, परंतु उनको दबोच लिया गया और अब उनसे पूछताछ होगी। तभी जो क्या इसका कारण था, कौन लोग थे, किसी संगठन से जुड़े हुए थे, क्या था, ये सब तभी जांच से ही पता चले।
था क्या वो अचानक से कूदे या फिर आप लोग को लग रहा कि कोई गिर गया?
कूदे, वहां से शुरू में जरूर लगा होगा कोई गिर गया है शायद, तो हम चिंतित भी हो, लेकिन तभी वो दूसरा भी कूदा तो इतनी देर में सब अलर्ट हो गए थे।
नारेबाजी भी हो रही थी।
मुझे ऐसा कुछ स्मरण नहीं है, मतलब मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया ऐसा। हो सकता है कोई छोटे छोटे नारे, लेकिन उनको दबोच लिया गया था। ये 1 सेकंड्स के अंदर सारा काम हो गया
अचानक से। लेकिन वहाँ पे धुआं भी पीले रंग का
धुआं, वो उसके बाद उनको पकड़ लिया गया। अब जांच से ही स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी।
सर, स्पीकर इस मामले पर संज्ञान लेंगे?
जरूर।
दानिश अली इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। दानिश जी, पूरा मामला क्या हुआ? अचानक से कैसे इंट्रूडर्स पहुंच गए और क्या डेलिबरेटली प्लानिंग के तहत, क्योंकि आज दिन भी वही चुना है जो संसद पे हमले की तारीख थी, हुआ क्या था?
अब ये तो सरकार को बताना है, सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी को, कि इतना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स कैसे हुआ। आज ही के दिन हमारे संसद भवन पर आतंकवादियों का हमला हुआ था और आज ही के दिन 21 साल बाद जो है चैम्बर के अंदर पहुंच गए लोग। बोले ये इतना बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैप्स। जो पकड़ाए गए हैं उसमें से एक को तो मैंने खुद जो है सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर्स के साथ उनके साथ पकड़ा। उसकी जब तलाशी ली तो उसमें से जो है जो पास निकला है उसका एक का नाम सागर शर्मा है और वो हमारे मैसूर के माननीय सांसद प्रताप सिम्हा जी के जो है गेस्ट के रूप में आया था।
एक और बात सर, वहाँ पे स्मोक कैनिस्टर्स का इस्तेमाल किया गया, नारेबाजी भी लगाई जा रही थी कोई?
हाँ, वो कुछ ऐसा नारा कर रहे थे कि काला कानून क्या पता नहीं, वो जो नया आईपीसी अमेंडमेंट है उसका पता, ये सब इन्वेस्टिगेशन का मामला है। वी डोंट नो, बट द थिंग इज कि आज ही के दिन 21 साल पहले संसद पर हमला हुआ था और आज ऐसे लोग चैम्बर के अंदर पहुंच गए। ये बड़ा सवाल है।
बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का मामला है।
बहुत बड़ा सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच का मामला है। सिक्योरिटी, यहां की अंदर की सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी हमारी।
All right, Harsha, in fact, is joining us live from the Parliament. She has been bringing us those voices. Harsha, we saw pictures of the Delhi Police Commissioner coming inside the Parliament complex about an hour back. I believe an all-party meeting is also going on as we speak. Harsha, over to you. Please update us with the latest on what's happening. Anything coming out of the all-party meet? We have seen the opposition walking out, and what is the Delhi Police saying and doing as we speak?
So, Abhishek, just now the all-party meeting of the floor leaders of the Lok Sabha have just now concluded. The opposition leaders have come out of the speaker's office and they voiced their concerns in front of the Lok Sabha speaker that that there should be decongestion outside gate number 1 of the Makar Dwar, and also a lot of visitors are entering from Makar Dwar. That shouldn't happen because right now the Makar Dwar for MPs, for visitors, for PA and PS, and for the media people, there's only one gate, and there should be a segregation. The gate for member of parliamentarians should be different, and the gate for visitors should be different. And for now, what we have got to know that for momentary, visitors will not be allowed inside Parliament. The visitors passes has been cancelled, and from tomorrow there will be a strict security arrangement outside Makar Dwar. Outside Makar Dwar, the gate from where Member of Parliament enters. And they also stated to Lok Sabha Speaker that the investigation should happen into the security breach issue. Exactly why the intruders came, from where they came, what was the motive behind it, and why they were sloganeering and chanting, why they were making such slogans inside Parliament, and which route they took while coming inside Parliament. Why proper thorough check was not done of these intruders, infiltrators, and therefore we have got to know that the Lok Sabha Speaker have assured opposition leaders that the thorough investigation will take place, and today evening only, Abhishek, a circular will be sent across to all the Member of Parliament and to media as well, that outside gate number 1 now not much people will be allowed to stand there, and a metal detectors, Abhishek, will also be put up outside gate number 1 of Makar Dwar, and also at the entrance from the Transport Bhavan and from the gate number 4 as well, because these were the concerns which were raised by opposition leaders, and the meeting went on for almost 1 hour, and opposition leaders stated that Lok Sabha Speaker heard all the concerns of the opposition leaders, because right now the situation is that that all the parliamentarians are very scared, because they were also continuously stating that earlier by the Khalistan sympathizer, such things were earlier said that there could be an attack or something. Then why security was very less in the Parliament? Also, the positions of several officials in the Parliament is still vacant. Why not to fill that position? Because manpower is very less, and also the marshal who are deployed inside Lok Sabha House, the marshal is are quite less right now. Also, when the incident happened, only 2 marshals were there, Abhishek, at that time. So more marshals should be deployed and deputed inside Lok Sabha. These were the concerns which were raised by the opposition party leaders, and Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla have assured all of them that all the proper thorough checks will now from tomorrow will be done, and the investigation along with the SIT probe into this matter has been initiated. Back to you.
Right. Right, absolutely. This is a serious breach of security that has happened. So obviously an overhaul of the security arrangements inside the Parliament complex, both in fact inside and outside the Parliament complex, would need to be done following a complete thorough review. Hopefully that would happen. Thank you so much, Harsha, for bringing us those voices. I believe Shawan is joining us live from outside the Parliament. If he's there, I'll try to understand the police side of the story, what has happened in the investigation so far. As of now, we are focusing on the pictures from inside the Lok Sabha chamber, where pandemonium ruled as this man jumped between the desks. In fact, Piyush Ohri is joining us. He's closely tracking the police investigation in the case. So I go to Piyush. He's also, I believe, outside the Parliament Police Station, Parliament Street Police Station. Piyush, coming to you. It's been a few hours since this incident of serious security breach inside the Parliament happened. These 4 individuals, 2 inside the Parliament and the 2 who carried out protests outside, have been in the custody of police and the security agencies for a while. Are you getting a sense of the motivations of these individuals? Are they associated with any organization? Was there an element of common intent coming together and doing this on the same day, both inside and outside? What are we hearing from the police, Piyush?
So yes, good evening, Abhishek, and good evening to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And you have raised some very pertinent questions in series, and I would just like to delve into these questions one by one. First, as per the Delhi police investigation, right now, it has still not been officially confirmed of those two people who were there inside the parliament. However, it has now been told to us that the two people who were there inside the parliament have been identified as Sagar Sharma, who was from Lucknow, and Manoranjan, who was from Mysuru, Karnataka. In fact, the Republic Network has also been able to retrieve their Aadhaar card, from which we understand their antecedents. Having said that, the Delhi police has now officially stated of the two people who were detained outside. These two people have been identified as 25-year-old Amod, who belongs from Latur, Maharashtra, and 42-year-old Neelam, who belongs from Rohtak, Haryana. Now, surprisingly, as what we have been told by the sources in Delhi police, is that these four people knew each other, and the common intent of which they want to now carry out this act, though it has not been officially confirmed, was that they wanted to express their angst in order to show about how much unemployment is there among the youth. However, this is just source-based information, and there has been no official confirmation to it. Having said that, this is a massive security breach, as you rightly mentioned, and this is a massive security breach, as also has been mentioned by my colleague Harsha, of how these four people were able to carry out this mischievous act, especially on that day when the security of Parliament has to be at its utmost, because we all have not forgotten the dastardly attack that occurred on December 13, 2001. I also want to bring to your notice that now, as the investigation in this entire matter is going on, it is not only the Delhi police but several other investigative agencies which are at play, because of what now it seems to be is that this was not a spontaneous attack, this was a pre-planned attack. After all, four members of four different states, especially Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and all Karnataka, all these Maharashtra, all these people have come together to carry out this mischievous act. All this now would have to be investigated, that what actually got them together, because as what we have been told is that they got through social media posts. Lastly, I would just like to point out by saying that in a way the security situation would now also have to be taken into consideration, because it had to be at utmost, because Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, the terrorist, had mentioned that he would create a mischievous act. Despite this, you've seen that such kind of activity having occurred. So all this now needs to be investigated. And there are also now speculations that not only these four, but some more people may be involved in this act. So definitely a lot now needs to be revealed further as in the hours to come by the Delhi police. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Right, Piyush. That's an important clue coming out of your chat, that it's likely that it's not just these four. There is an element of common intent insofar as the four carried out this act both inside and outside the parliament on the same day, and it seems that this coordination was done by somebody else, and there is likelihood that there was coordination done between these four, who on the face of it look like unconnected individuals. I will in a bit connect with Shawan Sen for more information on the police investigation. But before that, just let's listen into some more reactions that have come in on this security breach inside and outside Parliament today.
मनोज झा इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है। मनोज जी, आज लोकसभा में जो देखने को मिला उस पर अपोजिशन का क्या कहना है, क्योंकि 4 बजे लोकसभा स्पीकर ने बुलाया भी है सभी दलों को?
देखिए, महत्वपूर्ण ये नहीं है कि अपोजिशन को क्या कहना है, महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि स्थिति की गंभीरता को समझे। आज हमारे बरसी थी, 22 वर्ष हो गए उस घटना के, जघन्य कांड के, शहीद दिवस। उसके बाद आज ब्रीच होता है इस तरह से, और हम खास तौर पे देख रहे हैं कि इस नई बिल्डिंग में पता नहीं क्या व्यवस्था की गई है, ये बहुत वल्नरेबल बिल्डिंग हो गई है। तो मैं जो अक्सर हम लोग कहते रहते हैं कि सुरक्षा, इस तरह के मसले ये एपिसोडिक नहीं होते हैं, ये आप सिर्फ पार्लियामेंट में खड़े होकर सीना ठोक के बड़ी बड़ी बात कह दो और ये लैप्स होते रहे। मैं समझता हूँ सरकार को बहुत गंभीरता से इस पर विचार करके एक स्टेटमेंट इस पर आना चाहिए।
लोकसभा अध्यक्ष से आप लोग क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि 4 बजे मीटिंग सर नहीं, लेकिन अपोजिशन तो पूरा जाएगा सर, पार्टी को बुलाया है।
पूरा अपोजिशन लोकसभा के सदस्य तय करेंगे। हमने यहाँ अपनी बात जो कहनी थी वो माननीय चेयरमैन साहब से कह दी।
पास कैंसिल होने की कोई बात रखी जाएगी या फिर सांसद को भी?
All right, there is already a political storm with the opposition first walking out. All right, there is already a political storm with the opposition walking out of the Rajya Sabha in protest against this security breach, demanding a statement from the Home Minister, in fact, in both the Houses of Parliament. And an all-party meeting has also taken place for about an hour. But Shravan has joined us live from outside Parliament. And Shravan, I was chatting with the Piyush Ori just a while back, and he sort of gave us a hint that there is likelihood of some people behind these four individuals coordinating the effort, and that there is an element of common intent for them to be carrying out this act inside and outside the Parliament on the anniversary of the dastardly 2001 terror attack. So, are you getting to hear from your sources anything on those lines?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, what we can confirm to our viewers is that all the four intruders are connected. Now, whether it is to any particular organization or not, be it a social organization, that is not known at this point in time. And that's exactly why the police, be it the Delhi police or for that matter the other who are part of the multi-agency probe that is concerned, they're essentially indicating that they're trying to find out the common intent. Preliminary investigation certainly suggests that all four are connected. Now, let me just quickly take our viewers, Abhishek, because since we are outside the Parliament and from a vantage point where we can take you through at least two important locations. One, the two locations from where at least two of the intruders who are basically outside the Parliament, who were present and opened the metal canister, and it turns out that soon after that there was smoke that was billowing out. A similar scene that panned out even inside the Parliament. This area that you see, the blue ribbon that has been put out as part of the crime scene by the Delhi police, which is exactly why this area has been barricaded. I'll just quickly show you the markings that have been shown, put out by the forensic team. If you see the chalk marks right now on the footpath, that's the place where they were also nabbed from. The two of the intruders, they were present here. Two of them actually entered. Now, if you can also quickly take a look through this particular gate, and perhaps Abhishek, you've spent several years reporting inside the Parliament, you would be in a better position to explain this. But from my limited understanding from the time that I've actually entered the Parliament, now the process that is actually followed here, the visitors pass which is issued on the right hand side from at the reception area. At the reception area is where the parliamentarian's office actually informs about the visitors. There's a certain procedure that is followed through a fax is actually sent to the reception, providing details of those who are going to visit. And there are two types of passes that are actually issued, one without a mobile phone and one with a mobile phone. And from once it is issued, they actually enter through this particular gate, and that's when most of the visitors have to give away all electronic devices that they carry along with them. So there is no possibility of an electronic device to be taken in. So herein comes the first point of investigation, which is a foreign object enters the Parliament premises despite four-layer security blanket that has been thrown around the Parliament premises. If I can also show our viewers, that's the new Parliament, and it's through the Makar Dwar that you had the intruders going inside. We have spoken to some of the eyewitnesses, BSP parliamentarian Maluk Nagar, with whom I spoke the moment I reached here, and also BJP parliamentarian Manoj Kotak. They say that roughly around 1:02, that's the time when the proceedings actually began, and you had the intruders. One of them jumped, leapfrogged at least about a couple of desks where the parliamentarians were staying. According to Maluk Nagar, roughly about 24 of them were present at that point in time. They immediately nabbed him. That's when he did bent down, took out a metal canister from his shoes that was inside his shoes. And that's the reason why I'm also asking this question. A metal canister, it isn't easy to perhaps hide. So how exactly did they manage to take that inside is a bigger question that the police here, or the parliamentary security group, they will have to answer that question as to how exactly a canister of that particular size hidden inside a shoe, because it would have been visible in some way or the other. That goes, the moment he took out that metal canister, pressed the metal canister, and a yellow smoke started billowing out. According to the NDRF here, Abhishek, he says that the smoke that came out, that was billowing out, that actually results in some sort of a breathing difficulty also. Now, that's a preliminary assessment, so I'm not taking that into your account right now, but purely going by what the NDRF told me the moment I asked him this question, what is the nature of the item that was present inside the metal canister. He says that it leads to some sort of a breathing difficulty, but that's again the job of the forensics department. We did actually see the forensics investigation wing coming in. They have collected certain items. We saw a pouch being taken out from the parliament, inside a yellow substance that was inside the pouch that was taken out. We do not know at this point in time what's the nature of it. That is going to be probed by the forensic department. Yeah. So this is what we know so far. There is absolutely no doubt that on a day when India has not forgotten the dastardly attack that took place inside the parliament back in the year 2001 with Jaish-e-Mohammed behind it, that's not been forgotten by any Indian. On that very day, an incident of this nature actually takes place, raises some security concerns.
Shawan, yeah, so, since you were mentioning about my time in the parliament, I can tell you exactly behind you to the right is the gate number 4 from where you enter the parliament, and you get the pass at the reception, then you go in. While you are leaving the reception office, there is a security check. And then when you go out and take a left turn on the road, there also security men are sitting, they check your pass, and then you go in, and then you walk to the parliament buildings, either to the old one or the new one. In both cases, while you are entering from any of the gates, there is a metal detector and a thorough check done. You pass through a metal detector, you pass through a console, and then there is a handheld metal detector check also. So in effect, if you look at it, from the time that you enter the reception where you are done, go through a metal detector, then you go get the pass, and then you go again through a detector, and then again through a handheld metal detector, then again 2 levels of metal detector, at least 5 times you pass through a metal detector. And yet, if these canisters could hoodwink those checks, it's a serious breach of security. And I mean, some heads should really roll, and perhaps the establishment is waiting for the Prime Minister and the Home Minister to return. Remember, the oath-taking ceremonies of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh governments have happened. But Shawan, coming back to you, the agencies have to do their job. They have a lot on their plate today, so to say, given the fact that this breach happened on a day of heightened security, even otherwise, given the fact that this is the anniversary of Parliament attack. But Shawan, it's been about a couple of hours and more since these 4 have been questioned. I am told that first the two inside the parliament were questioned separately, and the 2 outside the parliament were questioned separately. Those inside by the parliament security team, and those outside at the Parliament Street police station by Delhi police. And then there is a joint interrogation that has happened now for more than an hour. Are you getting some bits of information from what these people have told the cops, the interrogators, about their motivation, about the possibility of them being motivated by some ideology?
Well, in fact, this is a multi-agency probe. The reason why I say it's a multi-agency probe is because a 3-member team of the Intelligence Bureau is also present at the Parliament Street Police Station. However, we are not very sure whether they have also participated in the questioning, or largely the lead has been taken by the Delhi Police. But as per the protocol, the Delhi Police, along with the Intelligence Bureau, would actually carry out the questioning. If at all there is a need, then other agencies do step in. But as of now, it could certainly change. What I understood after speaking to someone within the Parliament Street Police Station is that there isn't a larger conspiracy at this point in time that they've been able to unearth. At least 2 of them who were outside, because 2 of them were here just behind me, this is the very place where they were nabbed. It turns out that they weren't carrying any bags, they weren't carrying any mobile phones, neither were they carrying any identity card along with them. The intruders who managed to enter the parliament, it is they who are carrying it. So far, they have not made any mention of any particular group. But right now, the focus is certainly on to try and find out whether at all there is someone behind the four of them. That is something that the police is not revealing at this stage. But having said that, they are neither denying the fact that there is a possibility that someone could be behind this. That is something that they are not ruling out. Terror angle, it seems right now nothing really suggesting that there could be any terror angle to it. None of the evidence that has been picked up, or if you simply go by the antecedents of the four who have been nabbed by the police at this stage, there isn't any terror angle that has emerged so far. But having said that, it's at a preliminary stage, and that is the reason why they're being extremely cautious. But at the same time, let's be very clear. For the security agencies, this has been a complete nightmare. Let's not forget that this was at the very day when you've had the parliamentarians paying floral tributes to our bravehearts who lost their life during the dastardly attack that took place. And also the fact that today the government would also be cornered by the opposition members, because they say that this is a pure security breach, that on a day like this, when there would have been heightened security, despite that they were able to do what they did. And let's not forget, it's not about an incident that has happened outside the parliament. It has happened right inside the well of the Lok Sabha, and that is the reason why it has raised a lot of concerns, because you've had members of parliament who were present at that point in time, and that is the reason why again and again you have the agencies not really ruling out any possibility at this stage. We're slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll continue with the news and updates.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in.
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per 1,000 population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in.
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
Well, we start with the top stories at this hour. An unidentified man storms into Lok Sabha during proceedings from the visitors' gallery. 4 detained after security breach in the parliament. Police say interrogation is underway. Sources suggest police probing terror linked to parliament security breach. Delhi Police Commissioner, Head of Security for Parliament and CRPF DG holds meet with the Home Secretary. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla says security breach will not deter the spirit of the House. And government calls for an all-party meeting after security breach in the Parliament premises. Start with some breaking news coming in at this point in time. After 4 people were detained, now a 5th suspect has been arrested in this parliament security breach case. 5th suspect is Lalit Jha, who has been arrested by the police. He is a guy who was recording the protest outside. Remember the visuals we showed you earlier, just when this story was breaking. So those visuals, there was the protest that was being recorded by the guy. That is a 5th suspect, Lalit Jha. He has been arrested, and reportedly he had kept the recording on mute, which we understand could be to superimpose what was being said So that is the biggest and the latest lead right now. What we have, another accused has been arrested. So in total, 5 people are in police custody now. As we speak, 5 people have been arrested by the police in this parliament security breach. The 5th person is Lalit Jha, who is the guy who recorded this protest. The 2 people you saw earlier in the day who were protesting, raising some slogans. Of course, there were people inside also who were raising slogans and also releasing that smoke. And you can see this latest visuals also that we're getting in from inside the Lok Sabha, where this man was, in fact, when he was leaping across the tables, he was caught hold by the MPs and he was thrashed by them. You can see those dramatic visuals we've never seen before in the parliament. We've never seen this happening inside the Lok Sabha. Those are the visuals right now you can see in focus. You can see that arrow pointing to that person who was one of the 2 intruders who entered inside the chamber, jumping from the viewers' gallery, entering to the Lok Sabha, in fact, entering to the Lok Sabha chamber. And we understand he was in fact approaching the speaker, but in the way he was caught hold. We have some live reactions coming in. Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Chief Minister is speaking right now. Let's take a listen in. All right, we'll get you more reactions also as we are getting you minute-by-minute updates. That is the latest visual. And one big lead that we're getting is that there are a total number of 5 people. 5th man arrested is Lalit Jha, who has reportedly... In fact, we're getting more details now. Total number of 6 people. Total number of 6 people, viewers, have been detained. So there are people who are being detained one by one. It was 2 first, now we have 4, and then you have 6 people who have been detained. And what we understand is that this was a conspiracy that was in the works for 3 to 4 months. Remember, this is the 13th of December. 2001 was the day when Parliament was attacked in 2001. 22 years after that, on the anniversary, we see how planned an attack this was. This security breach, the way it has been planned by these conspirators, by these accused. 6 people in total have been detained, viewers, and a total number, and the latest, what we were telling you was one of the persons who has recorded this protest by those intruders, and the 6th person now, a 6th person has been now detained by the police. So investigation is underway, question is underway, and as we speak, the questioning is also going on. And another arrest has just happened. If we talk about what have we gathered, we do know that this was being planned for 3 to 4 months. So this is a planned conspiracy. What we understand is clearly points towards a pre-planned breach. These are the people who were known to each other, as we were telling you in our earlier updates. At least the 4 people who were arrested initially, they were all knowing each other, they were acquainted with each other, they were connected. Delhi police is in touch with Maharashtra police and also with agencies in Haryana. And of course, a 3-member IB team is also working. Forensic team was there at the parliament. All party meeting has also taken place and some more reactions are coming in right now. Let's take a dip into all of that.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है हनुमान सर। उस वक्त आप अंदर मौजूद थे जिस वक्त लोकसभा में प्रोटेस्टर्स पहुंचे, आपने दबोचा भी कई सांसदों ने बताया। अचानक से हुआ क्या, किस वक्त ये अचानक से हुआ?
देखिए, शून्यकाल चल रहा था, राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी चेयर पे थे और जब मेरा बोलने का नंबर था, जब मुझे इशारा किया गया तो उसी वक्त हमने देखा कि पीछे की ओर सब सांसद देख रहे हैं। एक लड़का लटक रहा था विजिटर गैलरी से नीचे की ओर और दूसरा कूद गया था, वो जंप कर रहा था, आगे की ओर बढ़ रहा था, वो चेयर से चेयर आगे की ओर बढ़ रहा था। तो मैंने पीछे की ओर जाके, मैं सेकंड रो में बैठा था आगे से, मैंने पीछे की ओर जाके जब वो आगे नज़दीक आया तो उसको दबोच के पटक लिया था उस लड़के को। और वो कह रहा था कि हम तो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं साहब, हमें मारो मत, हम प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
क्यों प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे हनुमान जी, किस बात का प्रोटेस्ट?
कोई उसका पता नहीं प्रोटेस्ट कर, लेकिन पीछे एक लेडी और एक लड़का दर्शक जो विजिटर गैलरी थी उसके अंदर से उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे थे कि जाओ आप आगे बढ़ो। वो नारे हमें नहीं सुनाई दिए, लेकिन उनको पटक के हमने जब काबू किया और काबू करने के बाद उस लड़के को जब घसीट के ले जा रहे तो उसने अपने जूते से मोजे से कुछ निकाल के गैस छोड़ी और दूसरे को जब वहां दबोचा पीछे की ओर, जो उससे काफी पीछे था, वो बाद में लटक गया था, पहला आगे आ गया था काफी, उसको मैंने रोका था जो पहला बढ़ रहा था आगे।
संसद के अंदर जैसे ही ये सब कुछ हुआ हनुमान जी, वैसी अफरा तफरी का माहौल बन गया, डर का माहौल बन गया,
पूरा अफरा तफरी का माहौल बन गया था। महिला सांसद भी, करीब आधा दर्जन महिला सांसद भी अंदर थी, हड़कंप मच गया एकदम से, क्या हुआ। अगर ये जहरीली गैस लाके छोड़ते तो निश्चित रूप से बहुत से सांसदों की जान जा सकती थी। अगर ये चाकू और हथियार लेके आ जाते तो मार के चले जाते लोगों को, लेकिन हम फिर भी सांसदों ने हिम्मत दिखाई, हौसला दिखाया, उन्हें पकड़ लिया और उन्होंने बताया कि हम लखनऊ के रहने वाले, हमें मारो मत। उस लड़के ने लखनऊ,
लेकिन कौन से सांसद के गेस्ट थे वो लोग?
अब मुझे इसका पता नहीं, लेकिन जिस सांसद के भी गेस्ट है उनसे भी पूछताछ होनी चाहिए, पता करना। जो भी हो, ये बहुत बड़ी घटना है, ये देश को झकझोर कर देने वाली घटना है। ये गृह मंत्री जी जो बार बार जम्मू कश्मीर की बात कर रहे थे और बात कर रहे थे, अब आप बताइए, आज से 23 साल पहले इसी पार्लियामेंट में अटैक हुआ था। उस समय हमारे बहुत से जवानों ने शहादत देके नेताओं को बचाया, देश की शान को बचाया, बहुत से कर्मचारियों को बचाया। आज ही का दिन को चुन के इन्होंने फिर ये साबित किया कि सुरक्षित नहीं हो आप लोग, हम जब चाहे जो कर सकते हैं। ये चेतावनी है।
हनुमान जी, क्या सांसदों में ऐसा डर है कि इस पार्लियामेंट में अभी आए या नहीं आए? क्या ऐसी बात भी हो रही है कि सेफ नहीं है, स्पीकर से बात की जाए, मार्शल बढ़ाए जाए?
मार्शल भी बढ़ाए जाए, और देखिए बात करने से भी क्या होगा, अरबों खरबों रुपए लगा के जो पार्लियामेंट बनाई है, क्या फायदा निकला इसका? बताओ मुझे, कितनी बड़ी इंसल्ट हुई आज देश के अंदर।
So that was Hanuman Beniwal, one of the lawmakers, in fact one of the member of parliament who was there and actually caught hold of one of those intruders. But right now we're stepping to a short break. On the other side, we get you the latest. All-party meeting in the parliament has just concluded, and we will get you more details on what has transpired in that meeting and more updates on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value. And that is one of the most important factors.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansion.
Delhi Police forensic team collected samples in the parliament premises following this major security breach. Forces have been deployed outside. Delhi Police's forensic team collected samples in the parliament premises following a major security breach earlier today. Forces have been deployed outside Parliament following the security breach. Delhi Police Commissioner Sanjay Arora also arrived at the Parliament after the massive security breach incident. Meanwhile, Delhi Police Special Cell has also taken cognizance and will probe the matter. Anti-terror unit Special Cell of the Delhi Police also arrived inside the Parliament to question the people who caused the security breach in Lok Sabha. Following the security breach at Lok Sabha, Section 144 has been imposed outside residences of Prime Minister Modi, JP Nadda, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi and several ministers. Following the security breach at the Lok Sabha, Section 144 has been imposed outside the residences of Prime Minister Modi, JP Nadda, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi and several ministers. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has banned visitor gallery passes in the Parliament following the breach that has raised questions of security and safety within the Parliament. Former Delhi Police ACP Ved Bhushan raised concerns over security breach in Parliament and called for action against those responsible.
पहले मैं जिद्दी थी, अब आप अड़ जाते हो। पहले मैं अपने मन की करती थी, अब आप अपनी चलाते हो। पहले मैं नहीं समझती थी, अब आप वक्त लगाते हो। नजरें चाहे हों दो, है सपना एक ही हमारा।
सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीमलैंड लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
भारत के नव निर्माण के शिल्पकार हमारे कामगार अब किसी भी परिस्थिति में नहीं है अकेले। हर कदम पर साथ खड़ी है डबल इंजन की सरकार। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ की अभिनव पहल विश्वकर्मा श्रम सम्मान योजना हर श्रम साधक को काम और सम्मान दिलाने में निभा रही है उपयोगी भूमिका। शहरी एवं ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में विभिन्न पारंपरिक कार्यों को चिन्हित कर कारीगरों को मिला निःशुल्क प्रशिक्षण, उन्नत किस्म का टूल किट। प्रशिक्षण अवधि में कारीगरों के परिवार की जीविका प्रभावित न हो, इसके लिए की गई।
Do you think whether the India Inc. animal spirit is back?
Absolutely. And from an auto perspective, I can tell you that we have a very bullish view of the Indian auto industry, both because the motorization of India has actually just started. We are at around 30 per thousand population in terms of motorization, and it's expected to go up drastically.
The last few years, the optimism when it comes to capital deployment, looking into the future, not let's say the next few quarters, next few months, it's about how can India play a significantly larger global role in the consumer space, specifically with respect to our fund. And so absolutely yes, animal spirits are back. Can they be better? My sense is yes, they can be even better.
Tier 2 cities, smaller towns, having people that independence, financial independence, what are the sort of efforts that you're putting in at Axis Bank?
The wealth in India, I mean defined as people with, let's say, wealth of over 2 crores and above, is expected to grow 5-fold by 2032. The expectation is that a large part of that wealth will be created in the rural markets. So all of us are going and spending a lot of time in some of those markets. Just because you asked about Axis Bank, a couple of years back we actually went and publicly announced to the market that one of the important areas which we want to build as a bank is an area of distinctiveness. We want to be known in the market for being different.
What all is going right? Why are we at all-time highs?
I think broadly I would say we are at a cusp of one of the greatest economic expansions of this country.
Which is the next two-wheeler or IT services sector that's emerging that all of us can benefit by investing in?
Today market cap is $4 trillion. Our wealth is component of that. By end of our Amrit Kal, will we have market cap of 35, 40, 45 trillion? It's possible.
The difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive and that are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
In India, it will take you average 42 months. It will take you 18 months in China. We have to be the innovators. Are we doing that enough?
I did a paper about 18 months ago about the patent system, and we found a lot of process problems. But one of the major things we found is that this is one area where we don't actually have enough people. We have 800 examiners and controllers in our patent office. The Chinese have 13,000. Okay, so I raised this issue. Let me say that we are currently in the process of increasing that number from 800 to 3,000 in the first phase. And the first 500 of those people have already been hired. They are being trained as we speak.
How do you expect us to be innovative when you don't invest in R&D in our universities, when you don't have capital to back people? We need money.
Difference between India and the difference with the rest of the world economies is huge, because in the case of India, India is growing 6 times faster without that level of increase in debt. India is offering products to the world and services to the world that are more competitive, and there are also more added value, and that is one of the most important factors.
Powered by Epson Eco Tank Printers. Join the Eco Revolution. Co-powered by Philips Smart Wi-Fi LED Lights. Smarter generation की smart lights.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पहले मैं जिद्दी थी, अब आप अड़ जाते हो। पहले मैं नहीं समझती थी, अब आप वक्त लगाते हो। नजरें चाहे हों दो, है सपना एक ही हमारा।
सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
भारत के नव निर्माण के शिल्पकार, हमारे कामगार अब किसी भी परिस्थिति में नहीं है अकेले। हर कदम पर साथ खड़ी है डबल इंजन की सरकार। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ की अभिनव पहल विश्वकर्मा श्रम सम्मान योजना हर श्रम साधक को काम और सम्मान दिलाने में निभा रही है उपयोगी भूमिका। शहरी एवं ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में विभिन्न पारंपरिक कार्यों को चिन्हित कर कारीगरों को मिला निःशुल्क प्रशिक्षण, उन्नत किस्म का टूल किट। प्रशिक्षण अवधि में कारीगरों के परिवार की जीविका प्रभावित न हो, इसके लिए की गई मानदेय की व्यवस्था। विभिन्न बैंकों के माध्यम से कामगारों को उपलब्ध कराया जा रहा है बिना गारंटी लोन। कामगारों के सम्मान के साथ ही ODOP और MSME को बढ़ावा देकर रोजगार सृजन में उपयोगी भूमिका निभा रही है विश्वकर्मा श्रम सम्मान योजना। श्रमिकों का सम्मान, हुनर को नई पहचान।
पहले मैं जिद्दी थी, अब आप अड़ जाते हो। पहले मैं नहीं समझती थी, अब आप वक्त लगाते हो। नजरें चाहे हों दो, है सपना एक ही हमारा।
सपने आपके, लैमिनेट्स हमारा। अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Schemes such as Kisan Samman Nidhi, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund and PM Fasal Bima Yojana have renewed the confidence of Indian farmers, encouraging them to pursue agriculture with more innovations.
हमारे किसान साथी फल सब्जी उगाते हैं, पशुपालन का काम करते हैं। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि से ऐसे करोड़ों छोटे किसानों की मदद हो रही है।
किसान सम्मान निधि है, जिसमें काफ़ी किसान को उसमें लाभ पहुंच रहा है। जो छोटे किसान हैं, हमारे यहाँ लघु सीमांत किसान हो गए हैं, जिनके पास कोई 10 बीघा जमीन है, किसी में 1 बीघा है, किसी 1 एकड़ है। ऐसे किसानों को जो है खाद बीज खरीदने के लिए भी दिक्कत होती थी, तो उनको जो है जो तिमाही में 2000 रुपया के साल में 6000 रुपया दिया जा रहा है, उससे काफ़ी किसान खुशहाल हैं।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
Muthoot Mini presents Lucky Draw Contest. Get Gold Loan. Hurry!
and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. We're coming to you live from outside the Parliament here in the national capital. This afternoon, a major security breach was reported. 4 intruders were nabbed by the Delhi police. 2 managed to enter the Lok Sabha. In fact, they were present at the well of the Lok Sabha, sending the security agencies into a tizzy. It now turns out that this was a pre-planned conspiracy. Over the last few hours, questioning is already taking place. Total number of people that are under the scanner are 6. We're going to get you all the details of the investigation that has been carried out. How exactly did the breach really take place? All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, these are the headlines we are tracking for you at this hour. Unidentified man storms into Lok Sabha during the proceedings from the visitors' gallery. Four detained after security breach in Parliament. Police say interrogation underway. Sources suggest police probing terror linked to Parliament security breach. Delhi Police Commissioner, Head of Security and CRPF DG holds meet with Home Secretary. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla says security breach won't deter the spirit of the House. Government calls for all-party meeting today after security breach in Parliament premises. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. We're getting you full details of the security review that was done just a short while back. An all-party meeting was called roughly around 4 o'clock this evening. This was chaired by the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. What we're given to understand is the parliamentarians have essentially demanded a full security review. In fact, they also say that this is a new parliament which certainly requires cutting-edge technology to ensure that all parliamentarians are safe. This also assumes significance given the fact that this happens on the very day when India saw that dastardly attack taking place in the year 2001 when Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists stormed inside the parliament. And that scar still remains fresh in the minds of most of the parliamentarians. They say that how exactly could this breach really take place? Now it turns out from the investigation that has been carried out so far that roughly about 6 people are now under the scanner of the Delhi police. What turns out from the investigation is 1, the very fact that this appears to be pre-planned in the fact that they've been able to somehow convince the parliamentarian, that is BJP parliamentarian Pratap Shimha. Pratap Shimha, it was he whose office had basically issued the pass. What is very important to point out here is that at least two of them who managed to enter the parliament premises, and 2 more, before I take you through more details, 2 others were basically nabbed here. Let me just quickly take you through what you see right now. These are the images that are coming in of the area that has been cordoned off, because 2 of the others who were present outside while 2 were inside, it is here they opened the metal canister, resulting in smoke billowing out. A same sort of image that we saw inside the parliament. What became even more abundant, or rather far more concerning for the security agencies, is the fact that one of the intruders managed to jump inside the well of the Lok Sabha. In fact, that is where they were nabbed by the parliamentarians, 2 with whom we we spoke to. In the course of this broadcast, we're going to put out the account put forth by the eyewitnesses. We'll also see if we can go across to our reporters on the ground, and perhaps if Abhishek, our senior executive editor, could also join us on this broadcast, who's getting us the full details of the investigation that has been carried out and the security review that is being done. Let me just also show you some of the images that are coming in from inside the parliament. As you can see, these boxes that have been brought out. We've had the forensic team also coming in. The forensic team, they basically carried out the investigation a short while back, when also we got you those images of pouches being taken out by the forensic department. What's important to point out here is that the investigation is still underway. We'll get you more details in a short while from now. Let's see if we can go across to our reporters, Piyush Ori, who's joining us from the Parliament Street Police Station, where the investigation still continues. Let me also bring in Harsha right now. In fact, Harsha was actually present when this incident took place inside the parliament. In fact, she happens to be one of the first reporters who were present at the canopy where the intruders were nabbed, brought in, and the initial questioning actually took place. Harsha, you were present there. This happened roughly around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Help our viewers understand what really happened this afternoon, which is now being touted as a major security breach.
So, Shravan, we have got to know that this was a deliberate planning, and this is not a sudden thing which has happened. This is what the parliamentarians have also been stating. Exactly at 1:30, when we were outside Parliament, we were interviewing some of the politicians, and that time only suddenly there were 2 to 3 intruders. First they started sloganeering, chanting, and protesting outside Parliament, the place where you are standing outside Transport Bhavan. And suddenly, after half an hour during the Lok Sabha proceeding, the 4 people who were sitting in the visitors gallery watching the proceedings of the Lok Sabha, 2 of them jumped from the visitors gallery to one of the benches, the 14th bench they jumped on, and continuously they were leaping from one row to another to moving towards the well. And at that time, Hanuman Beniwal was just standing up in the 0 hour to present his questions. It happened at that very time when suddenly all the members of parliament heard the sound of jumps and they got confused exactly what happened. It was that time when Kiran Kher, she was the first member of parliament Shravan, who rushed out of Lok Sabha, screaming out loudly. And that was the time when the marshal who were deployed outside Lok Sabha, they suddenly came inside. But before marshal could take any action, several members of parliamentarians from Danish Sharif, from Maluk Nagar to Hanuman Beniwal, all of them nabbed the intruders, the infiltrators, and while they caught and were thrashing the intruders were continuously sloganeering, and they were stating that our motive is achieved now. So that clearly means that that this was a deliberate planning. This was not a sudden thing which happened, and that is the reason why security breach and the concern of security is continuously being raised by parliamentarians. Let me tell you, Shravan, and our viewers, that the meeting of Speaker with all the floor leaders went on for almost 1 hour, and several concerns were voiced by the leaders of the opposition, by the floor leaders, and they're continuously stating that in the old parliament building, there was 3-level security. Before, visitor used to go to the visitor gallery to watch the proceeding. But in this new parliament building, there's no level of security. There's just one security when you enter from Makardwar and go towards the visitor gallery. Therefore, the entire security should be heightened inside new parliament building. That's a major concern which has been voiced today by the parliamentarians, and the Speaker has assured for the full investigation and also to issue a circular today in the evening. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha, for getting us the latest details. We'll try and go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's going to join us on the phone line. But before I do that, just a quick check of what we know so far. Let's put this into perspective for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. As far as where did this incident happen? On my right-hand side is the parliament, the new parliament as well as the old parliament. That's right on the right-hand side. Can I just ask my camera person to just quickly take you through? That's the entry for the visitors, what you can see right now, as people are now basically coming out. That's the very place from where you have the visitors going in after a thorough check. Let's not forget that there are about 5 layers of security check that is essentially done before they manage to go to the visitors gallery. And this is also another significant location as far as today is concerned, given the fact that 2 of them were actually outside, and this is where they tried to open the metal canister too. That is the reason why, if you see, this area has been completely cordoned off. Those marks that you see right now on the floor is basically markings that have been done by the forensic team earlier in the day. So this was the very place where you had at least 2 of them who were present, and they were nabbed by the security that is outside. You do have the Delhi police which manages the security of the parliament outside. You have a different warden watch inside the parliament too. It's a mix of paramilitary. Let me also bring in my colleague and our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's getting us the latest details. Abhishek, help us understand. It's now abundantly clear that this was a pre-planned conspiracy. Attempts were actually made to befriend the BJP parliamentarian and his office members. It turns out that they did actually secure the visitors pass after the recommendation came in from the parliamentarian's office. What more are you picking up? As of now, 6 people are under the scanner.
This mischief both inside and outside the parliament, and there are, it seems, antecedents of these people having connected themselves with earlier protests. So there is this element of urban Naxals also coming out, Shawan. I would wager that the investigation would go in that direction, because I have spoken to a couple of contacts and they say that this seems to be the case, though as of now officially that's something which is not being said. So as I say, this is the direction in which it's moving. Officially it's not being said. 6 of the 6, 2 are officially shown as arrested, 2 others are detained, and search for 2 is going on, including Lalit Jha, at whose residence in Gurugram the 6 had converged, and in fact 4 of them had stayed and carried out the planning and conspiracy. And the planning itself went on for about 3 or 4 months, where you rightly mentioned they were connecting with the office of Pratap Simha, the Mysuru MP, through Manoranjan, who happens to be from Mysuru himself. And then they were seen to be converging, and they have carried out this incident today inside and outside.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek, for getting us the latest details. What we are now going to do is piece together what really happened inside the parliament. We spoke to scores of parliamentarians who were present at that appointed time. And viewers, it's important to understand that the first intruder who actually jumped inside the well of the Lok Sabha when the proceedings were basically underway, it was the parliamentarians who immediately acted upon it. It was the parliamentarians who actually nabbed him, and the moment they nabbed him, he did actually bend down and took out that metal canister which was hidden inside the shoe, and thereafter smoke started billowing out. NDRF says that with that smoke billowing out, it could lead to some sort of a breathing problem. But having said that, these are matters that the police is going to look into. The forensic team is already working in. We have spoken to scores of parliamentarians understanding what really happened at 1 o'clock this afternoon, which undoubtedly is a major security breach. Listen in to what the parliamentarians had to tell my colleague Harsha, who spoke to them.
आखिरकार पूरा मामला क्या था, आप मौजूद थे अंदर?
देखिए, जो जहाँ पे हम लोगों की सीट है वहाँ के ऊपर से बहुत धड़ाम जैसी की आवाज आई, तो हमें लगा कोई गिर गया, तो उधर देखा तो एक और कूदा है, और जैसे ही वहाँ से उनकी तरफ देख रहे तो जहाँ से निकलते हैं या जहाँ से भाग सकते थे वहाँ कर नहीं आए, सीट के ऊपर से जंप जैसे ही तीसरी बार जंप मारा तो हम 6-7 MP भागे, तो उन्हें जूता निकाला, तो हम हल्का सा झटका सा लगा कि भाई क्या निकाल रहा है, तो पर उसको फिर पकड़ लिया आगे से हनुमान बेनीवाल ने। पीछे
कौन से 3-4 MP थे जिन्होंने पकड़ा इंट्रूडर?
हनुमान बेनीवाल तो सामने से और साइड से मैंने पकड़ा पीछे से उसे, 2 का तो मुझे है, पर 5-6 और आगे थे, और उसके उसकी जब पिटाई शुरू करी, पर उधर हम उसको पीट रहे थे और उधर से गैस और धुआं निकलना शुरू हुआ और वो पूरे में गैस धुआं पूरे में हो गया। कोई मुंह ढक करके वहां से लोग फिर बाहर भागने शुरू हुए। फिर सिक्योरिटी वाले आ गए और उन्हें लेके गए। सिक्योरिटी वालों ने पिटाई बहुत की, 2 थे।
तो मल्लू जी एक और बात बताइए, कितने थे कुल, कितने इंट्रूडर्स पहुंचे थे अंदर? अचानक से पहुंचे थे या किसी सांसद के गेस्ट थे? आए कहां से थे, कुछ अब तक पता चला?
जो बाद में सिक्योरिटी वाले पीट रहे थे, जो उनकी तलाशी लेके निकाला तो किसी साउथ के किसी एमपी का तो बनाया हुआ पास था और सागर एक का नाम था उसमें से, और जो बाद में देखा।
और कोई नारेबाजी लगा रहे थे वो अंदर?
हाँ, शुरू में कि तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, इस तरह से कुछ बोल रहे थे।
तो आप लोग को समझ में आया क्या, किसी पर्टिकुलर संगठन से वो लोग थे या फिर अचानक से आए हुए थे? किसी संगठन का पता चला क्या अभी तक?
हर्षा, उस समय तो ये थी कि आज मर गए हैं, मारते मारते इन्हें जितना पीट सकते हो पीटो, या कोई और हथियार ना निकाले तो इन्हें पकड़ो। इसके अलावा उस समय दिमाग में कुछ आ नहीं रहा था। ये पूछने की बात, जानने की बात तो अब टेलीविजन पे आपके सामने हम ठीक ठाक खड़े हैं इसलिए बात हो रही है। उस समय तो दिमाग ही नहीं काम कर रहा, सिर्फ ये कि गड़बड़ हो गई और ये इन पे कुछ है तो पकड़ लो ताकि वेपन ना चला पाए।
मल्लू जी, उस वक्त कितने सारे मंत्री अंदर मौजूद थे, कुछ आइडिया? क्योंकि लोकसभा की प्रोसीडिंग चल रही है।
ये प्रोसीडिंग्स में उसमें जो कंसर्न, जो 0 आवर में जो लोक महत्व के जो मुद्दे होते हैं तो कंसर्न मिनिस्टर से जो होते हैं तो आकर के बैठ जाते हैं, जाते रहते हैं, आते रहते हैं। वैष्णवी बैठे हुए थे, राजनाथ जी बैठे हुए थे। राजनाथ जी शायद थोड़ी देर पहले चले गए और कई मिनिस्टर बैठे हुए थे और सारे एमपी अंदर थे। सब लोग अपने अपने चीजों को रेज कर रहे थे, इशूज को पूछ रहे थे। 0 आवर चल रहा था।
मल्लू जी, आज संसद के हमले की एनिवर्सरी भी है, आपको लगता है कोई जानबूझ के डेलिबरेट अटेम्प्ट ये पहले से प्लान किया रहा होगा?
ये तो 100% क्लियर है कि पूरी प्री प्लान्ड तरीके से है, क्योंकि तारीख मैच कर रही है, क्योंकि कूदना दर्शाता है, फिर दूसरे का कूदना दर्शाता है, फिर जहां चल सकते थे उधर को भागना, सीट के ऊपर कर जंप कर रहे थे, उन्हें प्रशिक्षण भी दिया गया है। और जैसे ही जूता उसने निकाला है, और जूता जो निकाला है, जूता निकालने के बाद जो उसने पिन खोली, क्या खोला है, उसके बाद जो गैस और जो धुआं पूरा निकला है, उससे साफ दिखता है कि पूरी प्री प्लानिंग के तहत वो आए थे, तारीख भी चुन करके। और कुछ न
मनोज झा इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है। मनोज जी, आज लोकसभा में जो देखने को मिला उस पर अपोजिशन का क्या कहना है, क्योंकि 4 बजे लोकसभा स्पीकर ने बुलाया भी है सभी दलों को?
देखिए, महत्वपूर्ण ये नहीं है कि अपोजिशन को क्या कहना है, महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि स्थिति की गंभीरता को समझे। आज हमारे बरसी थी, 22 वर्ष हो गए उस घटना के, जघन्य कांड के, शहीद दिवस। उसके बाद आज ब्रीच होता है इस तरह से, और हम खास तौर पे देख रहे हैं कि इस नई बिल्डिंग में पता नहीं क्या व्यवस्था की गई है, ये बहुत वल्नरेबल बिल्डिंग हो गई है। तो मैं जो अक्सर हम लोग कहते रहते हैं कि सुरक्षा, इस तरह के मसले ये एपिसोडिक नहीं होते हैं। ये आप सिर्फ पार्लियामेंट में खड़े होकर सीना ठोक के बड़ी बड़ी बात कह दो और ये लैप्स होते रहे। मैं समझता हूँ सरकार को बहुत गंभीरता से इस पर विचार करके एक